In this video, I'm going to show you how you can build a real native iOS application that you can ship to the Apple App Store using Lovable. So we're going to build this all with natural language, no programming and coding needed. And we're going to monetize it using RevenueCat, the best way to do so. And we're going to get it on the real Apple App Store. I'm going to walk you through the entire registration of your application with the App Store, the bundle IDs, the certificates, the native features, and all that kind of stuff. And I'm going to share with you how you can get all those truly native functionalities implemented to meet minimum functionality requirements so your application actually gets approved. And if you're wondering about Android, there will be a part 2 of this showing you how to turn that application that you build for iOS into an Android application as well with just one click. So let's take a look at this. Let's get started. So first of all, when you're building a mobile application, you want to start with a theme. You want it to look and feel native. So in Lovable, we can start a new project, but obviously you can also go with an existing project here. So I'm going to tell Lovable, build a mobile first app UI system. What am I doing with this here? I want to build a componentized UI system first, so I can see all the components, all the cards, all the elements on a page, and then this uses it as reference to create more pages. So let's say start with a page called Style Guide. This is the way to get consistent interfaces in Lovable. Okay, and then add all UI elements a mobile-friendly web app would need, and also make sure to follow minimalist iOS style. Clean edges and soft UI. There you go. And then I'm going to say, make it human UI / Apple's UI best practices. Okay, that's enough. And I wanted to create the style guide. So we're not just starting with random stuff and having AI create a random screen. First, we're going to get all the components, all the elements on one page. We're going to make sure that we like that page and that looks great. And then we're going to have, Lovable, adjusted, edited based on our preferences here. So as you can see, it's now building the design system, and this can take a little bit. So we'll take a look at this once it's done. So now Lovable finished the design system. As you can see, we're now in our style guide. And I have to say, this looks perfect. And building such a style guide will really help you when it comes to design, consistency, and all that kind of stuff. So this looks great. I like the switches. Look at that. Really nice, really cool. You got all the badges, the cards, all the important elements. Big fan of it. Looks really great. You have a little bounce to those. Very nice. So now I don't like those hovers necessarily. So how do I make it more precise? So this one has a hover here. I can go and use edit mode in Lovable. This is really cool. I click on edit, and I can now select those elements, the HTML components. So let's click on this. And while we can also do some manual edits here, right? It's probably easier if we just ask the AI. So I can say, make sure those buttons do not have a hover. Now, usually hover is something you don't want when it's mobile first, nor for PWAs nor mobile apps. So we're just going to send this to Lovable to get the UI right. And then it will just do this on probably all of the components that have those things set up. So this edit tool is super flexible, really lets you go into what Lovable has designed and really fine-tune it to be absolutely perfect. So the outline, it affects mainly the outline buttons, and we want to make sure that they don't have any hover because I'm just not a fan of it. Okay, So this is great. We can exit edit mode, and now Lovable is making the edits. As you can see, it's now editing the style guide component here. And there you go. And now they should not have hover anymore. It's still editing on it. So you can fine tune it. Now there is a little bit more of a structural issue that we need to make sure that is applied to all pages. And this is so important that I actually want to make sure that this is added as knowledge to the project. Because when we're building something for mobile UI, we need to make sure that responsiveness is set up. And on iOS devices, since iOS 26, view height and the max height of the core element, the main section of your application, is handled differently. You don't need to have any idea what I just mentioned, but you need to make sure that you write down this prompt and you add this into the system. Also, it still has hover. I think we can live with that, though. I think we need to do this globally on the style sheet, but we can do debugging later on. They don't have hover. The outline buttons still have hover. So while we do this, let's say make sure no buttons have hover. Hover. The hover UI should look one-to-one like the non-hover one. There you go, the hover UI. Perfect. So it will just inherit those. Now, while that is adjusting it so it actually looks very nice as a mobile app for touch feedback, we can go on settings inside of Lovable. Now, inside of their settings here, we can just go to knowledge. And in the knowledge, I want to write a prompt to make sure that the structure of the project is mobile optimized. So here's what you write. Page structure. And I'm going to do important. This is very important. Make sure that all pages have a main section. This will be the most outer element containing the page with a fixed height of 100 VH. That means view height. That means the entire display height. It needs to be fixed because if it is not fixed, it will expand as your content expands, and then it can cause some overflow issues on the new, way of iOS 26 interpreting it. Won't cause issues on Android, but iOS 26 is rendering things a little bit differently. So just keep that in mind. And then let's say the first component of those core pages would be a top bar iOS style, and under that we have an app container. The app container is the only thing that would scroll. It will be flex grow / shrink, so it can expand and it can fill out the space, and make sure that the scroll bar is with none. So we won't see the scroll bar, that the scroll bar is with none. This is the master prompt. And then under that, add a relative menu bar. With the menu options. Okay, now I'm going to say, and then I should probably also say that the top bar is first component of those core pages would be the top bar, would be a relative, so it's in fixed position. It's not fixed, it's relative, it's just normal position, no flowing over the screen. Relative. There you go. And then I'm going to add save areas, okay? And then this is important with the safe areas. We need to implement that. Make sure to add safe area insets via the Despia safe area variables explained below. We're going to paste that prompt to the, and here you go, to the top bar / top padding, top bar, top padding, to the top bar, top padding, and the menu bar / bottom padding. Here is how it works with Despia. Okay, and now we're going to go into Despia, lovable.despia.com, and we are going to look for our full screen safe area implementation. And then I'm going to copy this battle-tested Lovable prompt, and I'm going to paste this under here. So this will take care of everything. So here's how it works in Despia. So we can just format this. I think that's fine from the formatting. Okay, this is good. This will make sure that the UI is correct. Then, to make sure that it is only using Despia, we can also add following. We are using Despia exclusively for native functionalities. Please refer to, and then you're going to go to lovable.despia.com and you just like copy the starting page, right? So we're just going to copy the how to get started page. And then I'm also going to say you can access all Despia features via the website's sitemap, right? And then I'm just going to go in here and you just remove the path and you just do sitemap.xml. And this is how you get the sitemap. And then Lovable can crawl that sitemap because they sadly don't support MCPs yet. And it can then fetch the information. So then I'm just going to add one more thing. Every time you are asked to add a native feature, go to, every time you ask to add a native feature, go to the Despia sitemap. Find the appropriate one, and then scrape the feature page and then implement it. There you go. So now we could have just give you this as a ready to paste prompt, which we do have. We'll add that in the video description down below. But if you're using anything besides Despia, I still want you to show how to implement those guides so Lovable is good at implementing hybrid frameworks. If you're using something else, if you're using Median, if you're using whatever, this is how you want Lovable to understand how to build a hybrid native application. You don't just have to use Despia. You're free to use Median. You're free to use anything else, even though I think Despia is the cheapest one. But this is how you would do this in general. So I want to teach you how it works, and then if you want to go with Despia, that's up to you. But let's save this here. And now this is optimized for hybrid applications in general. We still have hovers. I think, okay, they don't have hovers. The cancel button still has hovers. I can live with most of this, I would assume. This is good. This looks nice. We got the colors. There you go. Buttons, nice. No hovers. Buttons, nice. This one still has a hover. No hover here. This is nice. So the only thing is the cancel, the destructive buttons. So let's make sure make sure the destructive buttons also have no hovers. This one still seems to be the last one with those. And then I can just go again to edit mode and I can pick this so I'm not wasting unnecessary credits. It will reference this button, so it will then reference the piece of code that has it, so you're working more efficient with the AI. This video is all about efficiency and getting results fast. This is why we are mastering the way we are prompting and the way we are communicating to the AI, so we can get results done. So that's it. Now this will update it. Now we are ready to actually take this, what we have set up here already, and then implement it nicely. So now I'm going to say, I just updated the custom knowledge with Despia details. Please read it and implement those best practices. There you go. And now I'm going to send this. Again, doing it this way is going to save you so much money in credits in Lovable, you won't believe it. So now we updated the custom knowledge with the Despia details. It's now thinking, it's reading the custom knowledge. It will then improve how it's handling, how it works with those things. And then ultimately, it will implement this. Now, this can take a little bit. As you can see, it's now fetching the Despia documentation for best practices. It's looking at it, and it's looking at all the pages from our Lovable optimized documentation, all the ones in the sitemap, all the guides. It's built so Lovable knows exactly how to use it, and this will, allow you to do one-shotting of a lot of things. So there you go. I will implement the Despia best practices now. Key changes are main section with fixed 100 view height, iOS style top bar with safe area insets, perfect. Scrollable app content only section that scrolls. That's how we want it, yes. That is best practices for the new way how iOS 26 renders some of those things, especially with fixed and absolute elements. Bottom menu bar with safe area insets. That sounds too good to be true, but I think it is true. And there you go, done. I implemented Despia best practices, fixed 100 view height main container, iOS style top bar, and now we need to make it look unique, right? So let's say, make the accent color, and what we're building here, we want an application that feels a little bit more cozy, a little bit more friendly for kids. So we're going to make the accent color orange. And now I'm going to tell you what application we're actually building in this video because I think you'll love it. So we all agree that in today's society, kids are too often and too long on their computer and on their phone and on their iPad. We're going to build an application that allows parents or kids to make photos of stuff or to upload photos of stuff or to describe stuff, generate, like a drawing that they can fill out with AI, like a coloring book, and then they can print it out with a native AirPrint integration that was just launched for Despia with their printer, and then they can color it in real life. They do not have to have an iPad to do that. Their parents can use the app to create custom coloring books for their favorite pet, for their dog, for their turtle, for their friends, for their teacher, for everything. This is a great application for kids. Parents hopefully love their kids and they're going to spend some money on this. And there are great ways how you can monetize this application. You can go on TikTok and find micro influencers who are making content about how to prepare snacks for kids, how to entertain your kids, and then you can pay them to advertise this app, or you can make an affiliate program with them. So there are great ways to advertise this idea that we'll be building in this video with micro-influencers, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. So this is the application that we'll be building today. So now it's changing the accent color. I'm not seeing the accent color yet. So we need to adjust this a little bit. So while the accent color is here, also the main color should be this. So let's say, I mean the main accent color should be orange, not blue, right? And then this is going to adjust the styling theme. And we're going to make a coloring book, AI coloring books for kids that they can print it out and they can go out there with their phone and they can make photos of stuff and then they can print it. It's safe for them and then they can, draw it. They don't have to be on the computer the entire day, or the parents can do that. And then we can have like a social feed in there where parents can share coloring books with other parents or other kids in the community. They can like them, they can upvote them. Maybe they can upload photos of the finished coloring and then there's maybe like little feed or something. So I think there's some cool ways how we can implement this. I do really like the interface. It looks very clean, very minimal. So this is great. We got the range control here. So now we need to start with the onboarding screen. This is how we actually start every application. So before we start going further into the interface, further into some of the functionalities, we can already create a new project in Despia for this. So we have our start page here, right? And the start page is, just a start page. It's not updated yet, but we just go on publish and we're going to publish this page. There you go. And then we'll be able to adjust this Lovable URL or add a custom URL to it. So I want to adjust this. Let's call this color fun. Color fun. Okay. It should be, this name already exists. So let's do kids color fun. Kids color fun. There you go. So this exists. Not now it exists. Kids color fun. So we have this link. Let's copy this link for our kids color fun application. And now we go to Despia. So you can just go to despia.com and this allows you to then convert your web application into a native mobile application with native functionalities such as native AirPrint support for printing those documents. So now we're just going to click on Ship to Native, create an account, sign up, and then we're going to create a project. So I'm going to create a new project here. Now the app name will be Kids Color Fun. There you go. I will paste my web app URL in here. Make sure you add HTTPS to it. That's very important. And then you can remove Despia from the bundle ID if you don't want to advertise it. But I'm going to keep it in there because I want to advertise it. So let's create a new application now. And now you have registered your Lovable application and you have imported your Lovable application as a native mobile application. There you go. Now we still need to connect it to our Apple developer account, design an icon and all that kind of stuff. And then we will go back to Lovable, set everything up with the native functionalities, payments, monetization, all that kind of stuff. But this is a great start. So now let's look into connecting it with our Apple developer account. So let's now go to the Apple developer account. Now, if you have not created an Apple developer account yet, note that this is required in order to get your application all successfully set up. So you do need to have an Apple developer account. Otherwise, you won't be able to test your application with TestFlight and you won't be able to publish it to the store. So if you want to test this as a native application, you need an Apple developer account because the only way to test this correctly will be Xcode or TestFlight. And for that, you need an Apple developer license. If you want to just test your application, how it looks on the mobile breakpoint, and you don't want to pay $99 yet on an Apple developer account, here's what you can do. You can now just click on this link here, right? And you can two-finger click on your screen, and then you see this saying inspect. You click on inspect, right? And then you see elements, console, sources, network, performance. And then before elements, there is like this screen thing here, right? It's like a computer and a little phone. You click on here and then you can say, hey, I want this to run on following device breakpoint. So in this example, we can do iPhone 12 Pro, we can do iPhone XR, we can do iPhone 14 Pro Max, and you can see how it looks on those breakpoints. There you go. So you can kind of like see how it looks on the breakpoint. So if you do not have an Apple developer account yet, and you just want to see how will it look, you can test it like this. There you go. And that's just like a little tip I wanted to mention. But we got a developer account, so let's get set up with this, right? So first of all, we need to go to users and access, and we need to go to integrations to set this up correctly if you have not already added a developer account and linked that with Despia for distributing your Lovable mobile application to the store. So we go on users and access, and then we will go to integrations, just like this. And now under integrations, you will see App Store Connect API. And we need to create a new API key. So I'm going to call this new Despia because they have too many. And then this will be App Manager. Now, you may not have this option. If you do not have this option, there is a button saying I agree to get access to the Apple Developer API. Click on there and it will look like this for you. So let's do this again. You see, we have our active keys, we have some other data, and there is this blue plus button. You click on the blue plus button here, and then you give it any name you want. I'm just going to call it New Despia. And then the role, very important, it needs to be App Manager. It can't be anything else. Let's generate this key, and now we can download it. So as you can see, now I have my new Despia in here. So we can download this key now. Let's download it here. And now this was downloaded. So now I can go back to Despia and I can now go on Publish App for my project. So I go on Publish App, I go on Apple iOS, I scroll down a little bit, and now as you can see, it asks for a development team. We click on development team, but now there is no way for us to add a development team because we do not have one yet. So now we click on Add Team. This will then on the side panel open this Add Team modal. As you can see, connect P8 API key file. You click on here and upload the file that you just downloaded from Apple. So you click on here, you take your file, you drag it inside of here. There you go. That's it. Now the file is uploaded. Now we need a couple of other information. Now the next thing will be the account issuer ID. That is over the key inside of Despia. We can now go to the App Store Connect and we can copy the issuer ID from here. It's the one on the top. So we can copy this and now we go back to Despia. We paste the account issuer ID inside of here. And now the next thing we need is the key ID. Let's do the last one here. That makes more sense. So now we need the key ID. If you go back to the App Store Connect, you see your new API key here, this new Despia, and it has a key ID, this one here. You just copy the key ID, you go back to Despia, and you paste it right inside of here. There you go. And now we take the development team ID. Where do we get that? For that, we need to go to a different website. So for that, we need to go back to Apple Developer. So we go to developer.apple.com and you'll be able to find it on there. Click on account and then go all the way down here and you see membership details and then you see team ID. You can just copy your team ID. There you go. That's all you need. And then you go into Despia and you paste your development team ID right inside of here. That's everything you really need. You link with Apple and then you're done. So now if you click on development team, click on here, you can now select your development team. So you just click on here and now your development team is selected. So now your Apple developer account is linked with Despia, so Despia can build, sign, and publish the application on your behalf. So it runs over your developer account, you own the application, but you don't own the hassle of signing it and opening Xcode. We do that for you, but we get safe and secure access to your account to build and publish the app under your name, under your account, so you own the application and nobody else owns it, right? That's very important. So now with this being all set up, the next step will be registering the bundle IDs here. So let's take a look at that right now. So now let's create the bundle IDs. Many people get it wrong, but it's actually quite simple if you set it up correctly. So I want to walk you step by step through the process. So let's take a look at Apple Developer, and now we need to register the app IDs. So on the Apple Developer account, you will see Program Resources. Under Program Resources, you will find certificates, IDs, and profiles. What you're going to do is you are now going to click on identifiers. There you go. And now you'll be able to create the identifiers for your application. Keep in mind that you may have some old certificates if you've used Expo, Median, Xcode, whatever before in the past. So if your build fails, it could be because you have some old certificates. So what you can do is you can definitely go into the certificates and revoke your old certificates. Let's say this would be an old certificate. I can just click on revoke and revoke the certificate. So if for some reason it doesn't work, or you just want to be, better safe than sorry, make sure that old, outdated, year-old, month-old certificates are removed before you build it with Despia, so the build goes through successfully and it doesn't fetch an old signing certificate which may have a limited or outdated scope. So now let's register the bundle IDs. So inside of Despia, you see it has the app bundle ID. That's the core bundle ID for the entirety of the application. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this one, right? There you go. And now we're going to go into identifiers here with Apple, and we're going to click on plus. And now we select an app ID. This is, for the app to enable app extensions, functionalities, and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to now go on continue. And then the type will be app. Let's go on continue. And now we're going to register this. So now inside of here, I'm going to paste the bundle ID inside of here. And then I'm going to add the app name. This is going to be kids, color, fun. There you go. And then we need capabilities. There are a few capabilities that we will need for this application. The first one will be app attest. We need to use app attest. The second one will be app groups. We need to use app groups. The third one will be associated domains. We need to use associated domains. And then the fourth one will be iCloud. So we go a little bit more down and you will see iCloud right inside of here. We need to select this, and then you make sure that include CloudKit support requires Xcode 6 is also enabled. Then we'll scroll down a little bit more, and then we do push notifications. Very important, we need those. We click on here and we do broadcast capability. That is everything we need. If we're going to add sign in with Apple, we also want to make sure that sign in with Apple is checked. That's optional, something that you can do. There you go. This is everything that we would likely need for this application. So let's just go through it one more time to make sure that you have selected everything correctly. The first one will be app attest. The second one will be app groups. The third one will be associated domains. The fourth one will be iCloud, include CloudKit support. And the fifth one will be push notifications, and optionally, the sixth one, maybe sign in with Apple. That's it. And now we go on continue. And now we go on register. There you go. Now we have this registered. Now, if you have a couple of applications on the store like I have, you can use this search bar here to look for your app. Kids, color, fun. And you will see your app ID inside of here. Now, many people just register this and then that's it. No, even if you're not using app clips, even if you're not using push notifications, even if you're not using widgets, you still need to be able to show those. So let's implement this. Let's go into Despia again, and now let's start, registering the one signal target, the app clip target, the share target, and the smart widget. You may be saying, hey, I only need push notifications. Why do I have to register those other 3 ones? You have to register them so we can exclude them from your Xcode build when you're building the application or when Despia is doing the building for you. So they are required, even if you are not using them. That's just something that you need to make sure that you consider. But it's super simple. So let's continue with it. As you can see, we start with the one signal target. So we have this push bundle ID, similar to the app bundle ID. So we need to do this bundle ID registration that we've already done for the app, but now for the push notification feature. So we will copy this bundle ID for the push notifications. And now we will go to certificates, identifiers, and profiles into the Apple developer. We click on this blue plus button again, and we will create a new app ID. Let's go on continue. And then we're going to go on continue again. The type will be app. Let's go on continue. There you go. Now this will load a little bit. And now we're going to paste the bundle ID inside of here. Now the description will be kids, color, fun, and then I'm going to say one signal, just like this. Kids, color, fun, one signal. So, we know that this is the one for one signal for the push notification integration. So now there's some capabilities that we need for this. So we select following capabilities. App groups, that's the first one. App groups right in here, all of them will actually need app groups. The second one will be associated domains. So deep linking works on the push notification. So you can click on a push notification and it opens the appropriate page that you may want to have linked to the notification inside of the application and not the browser. So make sure that that is also enabled. And now the third and last one obviously will be all the way down here, and this will be push notifications, because this is for push notifications. One signal is for push notifications. So we need to click on this here and enable this, and then we need to do broadcast capabilities. There you go. So now we have those enabled. Now we're going to go on continue, and we're going to register this. So now, again, we may lose track of that because of all our other bundle IDs. So we can look for kids, color, fun, again, and you will see that we now have this bundle ID inside of here. Now, this one is different compared to the one that we registered up here. Because if we take a look at Despia, we will see we need a push app group as well, not just a bundle ID. So we need to register this app group in addition to the bundle ID and make sure that they are linked. So here's what we're going to do. We are now going to copy this app group. There you go. I'm just going to copy this one. And we're going to go back to certificates, identifiers, and profiles. And I am going to click on the plus here. But now I am not going to select an app ID. I'm going to scroll all the way down here and I'm going to select app groups. I'm going to click on here on the app group and now we're going to go on continue. So let's click on continue. Let's paste the identifier inside of here and now I'm going to name it. I'm going to name it kids, color, fun, one, signal. There you go, because that is the app group for one signal. So let's go on continue by clicking on continue, and now let's register. So now we have the one signal bundle ID for, one signal for our app, and we have the one signal app group. And now both of them, because they're both one signal, need to be linked together. So here's how we're going to do that. You see that now we are in the app group section of this dropdown. We will click on this dropdown. We will go back to app IDs. That's the first one in the list. And then we're going to search again for kids, color, fun, just like this. And now we are going to select the one signal app group here. The one signal bundle ID, not the app group. We will need to link it with the app group. So we go to the kids, color, fun, one signal bundle ID. Make sure that you're in the correct one. It should say app IDs right inside of here. So let's click on this. And now we're going to link it with its appropriate app group. So we scroll down a little bit, and you will see now here the setting app groups that we have enabled. You go on configure, and now keep in mind, we are in the one signal one. So you're just going to look for kids, color, fun, right? Kids, color, fun. And make sure it's spelled correctly. And then you will see we have kids, color, fun, one signal. That's the important part. And you link the one signal one with the one signal one. So one signal goes together with one signal. Let's continue, let's save, and let's confirm. And now this is all successfully registered. Now we need to do this with 3 more of those. So let's take a look at that. So now let's register the app clip target. I know it's a little bit of a process doing this for all of them, but it's way, way, way simpler than doing it in Xcode. Believe me. So we have the clip bundle ID here. We will copy the clip bundle ID like we did before with the one signal one. And now we're going to go back to certificates, identifiers, and profiles. And we're going to click on the plus here. Again, first step will be, for this one, registering the app ID, like we did before. Let's go on continue. But now, this time, we will do an app clip, right? Because it's a different type. App clips are different than apps on a technical level. So now we go on continue. And now we select the parent app ID. So we can paste this here. We can just cut out the word clip, and we'll take this one. We'll find the first one. It's the core bundle one. If it looks strange because you have this ID in front of there, that's your team ID. This one here, that's normal. And then you paste the clip part here. So they kind of like build that for you. You can paste it directly in there. You just have a different interface for it. But it will ultimately equal to be the thing that you copied. So let's go and continue now. And now the description will be kids, color, fun, app clip. And I actually have some good use cases for the app clip because I want to show the drawings, the thumbnails in the app clip. That'll be cool, right? There you go. So we have kids, color, fun, app clip. Beautiful. So now what we can do is we need to register the capabilities, of course, and they are also important. As everything, we need app groups for this. So the first one will be app groups. The second one, very important. If you forget to register this, your build will fail. Associated domains. They are very important for app clips because if you don't register them, the build of the app clip will actually fail. And then all the way down here, even if you're not using it, or if you're using it, in both cases, push notifications need to also be enabled for the app clip. There you go. So now we're going to go on continue, and we're going to go on register. That's it. Now we have the app clip bundle ID registered. If I'm going to look for kids, color, fun, you will see that the app clip bundle ID is successfully registered. And now we click on plus again because remember, we now need to create the app group. So we go to Despia, and then in this app clip target, we see the app clip app group. We will copy this app group here. And now we are going to go to certificates, identifiers, and profiles again. We will click on plus. And remember, we scroll all the way down. We take a look at app groups and we click on app groups because now we are registering the app group. So now we'll go up again. We go on continue here and we'll paste this identifier for the app group in the identifier field. The description will be kids, color, fun, app clip. There you go. And now we're going to go on continue and register. There you go. Now you see again this drop down of app groups. We now need to link them together. So we go on app groups, we click on this drop down here, and then on the first thing, we'll click on the first thing called app IDs, and then we can look for kids, color, fun. There you go. And now we go to the app clip bundle ID that we have registered, and we're going to go to the app groups, and we registered with the app group for the app clip. So I go on continue, configure, there you go. It was a mix between continue and configure. You gotta do one step at a time. We go first on configure, then on continue down here, right? Okay, let's go on Command F, and let's just look for kids, color, fun. And now we have both of them. Which one do we select? Obviously not the one signal one, because we are in the app clip bundle ID for kids, color, fun. So we need to click on only the app clip one. That's how the linking has to work. So let's go on continue, let's go on save, and now, finally, we click on confirm. There you go. Now this is linked too. Now comes the last ones. They are simple. So the share target, you can register this easily. So we see the share target also has a bundle ID. We need to copy this bundle ID. Then we go into certificates, identifiers, and profiles. We'll click on a new identifier. We will select an app ID again like we did before. And then we're going to go on continue. We're going to select an app. We're going to go on continue again. And now we'll wait a little bit. And now we paste the bundle ID inside of here. We'll give it a description. This will be kids, color, fun, share. There you go. And then we go a little bit more down. And under the capabilities, the only capability that this one needs are the app groups. So we select app groups. That's the only one. Let's go on continue. And let's go on register now. There you go. Now we need to create the bundle ID for it. The app group. Sorry, the app group. So you see we registered the bundle ID. Now we do the app group. So we'll copy this shared target app group. And now we are going to go into certificates, identifiers, and profiles. We're going to click on plus on identifiers. We're going to select now all the way down here our app groups, this one here. And then we go on continue. We paste the identifier inside of here. And then under description, we enter kids, color, fun, and then we need to make sure it's spelled correctly. Kids, color, fun, how our app is, just to find it better. It doesn't matter how you spell it, actually, but it's easier than to find them. And then we just call this share, because it's the share extension. Now we're going to go on continue, and we go on register. There you go. Now we go back to this app groups drop down here. We'll click on it, and then the first item here, the app IDs, we'll click on the app IDs, and then we click on the search here, and we look for kids, color, fun. And now, as we did before, we link the share with the share. So we go on kids, color, fun, share. We click on here, and now we will then link it. So if we scroll down here, you will see app groups capabilities. We're going to click on configure, and then Command F, I'm going to look for kids, color, fun. And now as you can see, we have quite some options, but because we are in the share bundle ID, we only select the share one. Let's go on continue, let's go on save, and let's go on confirm. There you go. Now comes finally the last one, and then we can upload the icon and already build some of the first versions of the app. Now we can go to the smart widget. So we have for the smart widget, the widget bundle ID. So we're going to copy this widget bundle ID, and now it's finally the last one. We go to certificates, identifiers, and profiles. We'll create a new identifier. We'll do an app ID. We're going to go on continue. We select app. We're going to go on continue. And now we're just going to paste the identifier inside of here. So under bundle ID, we'll just paste this one inside of here. Under description, we're now going to add kids, color, fun, widget, and now the only capability that we need is app groups. So we make sure to select app groups for this. That's the only one. We're going to now go on continue, register, and there you go. Now, the last thing that we need to do is go back to Despia. We're going to go back to the smart widget, and now we have this widget app group, right? So we'll copy this widget app group. We go back to certificates, identifiers, and profiles. We are now going to click on plus. We are now going to add a new bundle ID, not app ID. We're going to add a new app group. You know, this process makes everybody a little bit crazy because there's so much redundancy in it. I get it. I do have it myself. Not an app ID, but now the last bundle ID. So we're going to go on continue. We're going to paste this one inside of here in the identifier. And then we're going to add kids, color, fun, widget. There you go. Now we go on continue. We go on register. And that's it. Now we click on this app groups drop down. We'll go on the first item app IDs. We will search for kids, color, fun, just like this. We then go on the widget, the one that we just created, and we go to its app groups, and then we'll do the final link. So now we see we have app groups enabled. So we go on configure, and now I'm going to look for kids, color, fun. Beautiful. And now, which one do I select? Obviously, only the widget because we are in the widget bundle ID. Let's go on continue. Let's save this and let's confirm. There you go. Now comes the last step. We have them all generated, but now all of the app groups need to be linked with the core, the app bundle ID. So we go on search, we look for kids, color, fun, just like this. And now we are going to go on the core bundle ID, the one that is in Despia all the way up here. That's the master one, right? That is the master one here, this one. And we are going to go for kids, color, fun. And we're going to go to its app groups here. We go and configure. And now we look for kids, color, fun. And now we have a lot of them. We select each and every one of them because they all belong to the core application. And now you continue, and now you save, and you confirm, and that is it. And you never have to do this process again. I know it's a painful process. I don't like doing it as well, but you just got to do it once, and you never have to worry about it. I do apologize that it's a little bit of a process. And Apple sadly doesn't give us an API so Despia could do this automatically for you. They do have an API for generating bundle IDs, but not for app groups. Very sad. We hope that they will add it someday so we can do this all automatically for you. But now, after having this added, we do the rest. So we have the development team. We have all the app groups registered. Now the last thing missing is the App Store app ID. That is the ID of the app listing for our application on the App Store. So now how do we create that? So now let's get this connected with the App Store Connect so we can publish it as a store listing to the real App Store. So first of all, we go to Apple Developer. We click on Account so we can log in into our developer account. And then we see here App Store Connect under Program Resources, and we're going to click on Apps. Just like that. Now we will see all our apps if you already have some, but we're trying to create a new one. So we click on plus, New App, iOS, and then we'll put our app name inside of here, Kids, Color, Fun. Then we're going to select the language, English US. The bundle ID, we will look for Kids, Color, Fun, and we need to take the core bundle ID. This will be the one that you find in Despia all the way up here. There you go. So now we're going to go back to the App Store Connect. we now need a SKU that can be kids, color, fun. It can just be anything. It doesn't matter. And then we just do full access. Now, if I'm going to create this, it's very likely that the name is already taken. Let's see. Yes. So here's what we can do. We just do AI coloring app. AI coloring app. There you go. And now this will also help us with SEO on the App Store to get discovered. So it's a win-win solution here. And this will not be the name that people will see when they download the app. This will only be the app name of the store listing when they go to the App Store. So now we see this general section inside of here, and we have app information. We click on app information, and then if we scroll a little bit down, we see general information, and we see the Apple ID. That's the ID of the application, an automatically generated ID assigned to your app. We will copy this ID, usually starts with 67. We go back to Despia, and then under App Store App ID, we will paste this ID inside of here, and now your application project in Despia is 100% successfully linked to the App Store. So now you can publish your Lovable mobile application to the App Store. But before we do that, we want to make it work, and we want to implement some basic functionalities, and we want to implement monetization with RevenueCat. So now let's actually start with RevenueCat, because taking money from our users is probably the most important feature. So now let's get started setting up RevenueCat. As you can see, I am on the RevenueCat website. So we're just going to go on login or sign up, whatever works for you. And now, as you can see, I'm in my account. Now we need to create a new project. So let's create a new project. And now we need to have a project name for that. So in this example, it's Kids Color Fun. That's our app name. The category, it's kind of books because we're doing coloring books. And then the platforms, it's going to be native Apple, and then later on also native Android. So let's create the project now. And now it's going to go through some onboarding, but we'll skip that. We'll go back to the dashboard. There you go. Now we want to link this with our App Store Connect account so that we can take in-app purchases here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to now go to Apps and Providers inside of RevenueCat. We are going to go on Add New App Configuration. We'll click on here. We'll start with App Store. And now we're going to go into Despia, and we will go into Publish App, and we will copy our app ID, our app bundle ID. And then we will go back into RevenueCat, and we will paste this one inside of here. Now we'll go to the Apple developer. I need to log in with that, so let's cut to that part. So now we are inside of the App Store Connect. We need to go to Users and Access right here, and then we go to Integrations right here, and then we will now go to In-App Purchase. This will allow us to create an in-app purchase key. That's what RevenueCat needs. If we take a look, it asks us for an in-app purchase key inside of here, right? So now we will need to upload that key and first of all, obviously, generate that. So we go to the App Store Connect inside of here. Under in-app purchase, we will click on plus and generate a new key. So I will do Kids Color Fun RevenueCat. Let's generate the key. And now this will automatically take care of that. So now I will look for that key. It's down here. Let's download the key. And now we got the key right inside of here. So now we can go into RevenueCat. We can get the key and drag it right inside of here. And I will not want to open that in Xcode. So let's quit that. Now we need the issuer ID. So for the issuer ID, we're going to go back to the App Store Connect. We will scroll up a little bit, and you see up here in the top area, you will see the issuer ID. So I'm going to copy this one right inside of here, and we're going to paste this in here. There you go. Now there's something that we need to add. You see the App Store Connect API down here. we will click on there and we will now link it with the App Store Connect API. So we will go to the App Store Connect, and now we will go to App Store Connect API. That's the one up here. And we will create a new key for that. So we'll do kids, color, fun, RevenueCat, and this will be App Manager. And we'll generate this one. And now we will look for it. So we have kids, color, fun, RevenueCat. We'll download this right here. Let's download this. Now we have it downloaded. So now we go back into RevenueCat. We're going to take this, drag this inside of here. And now we need let's close that. No, I did not mean to open it. It always opens it. Okay, and now we need the issuer ID. So we go back to the App Store Connect. We scroll up. We have the issuer ID up here. So we'll copy the issuer ID. And then we will go into the issuer ID. We'll paste it inside of here. And there you go. Now the last thing will be the vendor ID. How do you get that? You just click on this link down here that RevenueCat gives you. And then in the top left corner, you will get this number, and that is your vendor ID. You can close this and then paste this inside of here. Now your integration is done, you save changes, and now you have RevenueCat successfully implemented with the App Store Connect. Now you need it to be integrated with Despia as well. So your app links to the App Store Connect, and then App Store Connect links to RevenueCat, and RevenueCat also links to Despia, so it creates a nice circle of integrations. So to set this up, it's very simple. We go to Apps and Providers, and now if we, refresh this page to make sure that all data is configured, you will see that we have this new store added here. So now we can go to API keys, it's the one down here, and on the live one, we can go on Show Key, and we can copy the key here, just like this. Now we go into Despia. We will scroll a little bit down under Settings Configuration, and we will look for the RevenueCat configuration. So you can see it here, RevenueCat integration. We will paste the iOS public key inside of here. That is the iOS SDK key, right? Public API key under SDK API keys. This one right here. Now we need the global project ID. So we go to project settings. We now go to project ID and we'll copy the project ID. So now we go back to Despia. We'll paste the global project ID inside of here. And there you go. Now we have this nicely integrated, just like this. Perfect. So now RevenueCat is integrated with Despia and the App Store Connect. Now the last thing that we need to do so we can start testing this beautiful application here is setting up our iOS icon. So let's upload our icon here. And I already have a beautiful icon design with an hippo here inside of Canva. So I'm going to share this, download, I'm going to take the current page. I need to make sure it's 1024 by 1024. I will do a PNG, no transparent background. Let's download this. So this will then follow the App Store guidelines. So now I can go into Despia and I can now drag this inside of here. You see we got the app icon here. And now I'm going to go on Done. And you can see a preview of the icon right inside of here. So now everything is pretty much set up. I think what we'll do towards the end of the video is setting up one signal. I don't think it's that important for this application actually today. So I'm just going to leave it out. And if we're going to need it for some reason, maybe I have an idea for some cool stuff that could make it useful, we're going to probably integrate towards the end. So because I think we got all the major stuff already set up, we are just going to do the final touches before we're actually going to build the application now. So one thing that we do want to set up is obviously our status bar. I'm a fan of full screen experiences. So I will go to the status bar settings here and I will make sure the status bar is in full screen mode. And then because I want to have a white splash screen, I will make sure, because I'm also in full screen mode, that the light mode background color for the status bar is white, and that the dark mode background color for the status bar is also white. Because light and dark mode they should be the same in most cases if you do the full screen mode, right? And then both of them will also be black, so the text also works for them. That's just a little thing to make the UI even nicer. There you go. And now the last thing, we can't forget that is the splash screen layout. So the screen that will be the boot screen for our application. This will be what the users will see when they're starting the application. To generate that, we need to have a GIF. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to duplicate my icon, and I'm just going to make the hippo a little bit bigger, and I'm going to center it here in Canva. That looks about right. Okay, and then I'm going to share this. Let's go on download, take the current page. Let's download the GIF, and we'll add transparent background to it. This time, it is required and highly suggested. Let's download this now with transparent background as a GIF file. Now you could also animate that. So you could go in Canva and you could say, I want a blur animation or I want a fade animation, right? But I don't want any animation today. I don't feel like it. But it still needs to be a GIF. Now, animating it would be additional. You can do this, obviously, if you want. And now we have the GIF downloaded. So now we can close Canva. We won't need it again. And now we're going to go to splash screen icon here, and we'll upload our icon for the splash screen. I'll take that file and put it inside of here. There you go. Let's go on done. And now I'm going to make the hippo a little bit bigger so it looks friendly on our splash screen. Now we have this all nicely designed. There you go. So now we can deploy the application to the App Store and then test it on test flight, because now all future changes that we are making to the application, we should always test on the native device. So now is the right time to start to get it on test flight so we can test it on a real physical Apple device to make sure that it's one-to-one. I'm absolutely not a fan of simulators, and I would highly, suggest you to avoid them, because the simulators are not going to be one-to-one. You want to test on a physical device. That is the best way to test an application, because your users will use it on a physical device and not a simulator. So with that being said, we're now going to go to Publish App, and then we get it all set up here. This is all fine. So now we just do Publish Project. It's now building the application. The beautiful thing about Despia is you don't need an Apple computer. You do not need to know how Xcode works or Android Studio. We run this for you on physical Apple hardware. So the moment you click this button now, as you can see, it's firing off the application build to a Mac M2 physical Apple hardware powered by Apple Silicon. Now it's preparing the M2 build machine, and now it's deploying and building your application on a physical computer somewhere in a warehouse operated by a robot. No AI needed during that process. It's all a script. It's all our conditional build mechanism. So it's like a mini algorithm to build your application. No AI needed during that process. It's all manual, but fully automated. So it's a script that builds the application. It's essentially a robot controlling a physical Apple computer, so you do not have to open Xcode or have even any Apple hardware available. You could also then, obviously test this on virtual iPhones available and all that kind of stuff. But there you go. Now it's building the application. This will take a little bit, and when it's done, we will be able to get a notification from the App Store, considering we are in the internal testing team. So now, so we can test this correctly, let's go back to the App Store Connect. Let's go now to our apps here, and we need to create an internal testing team so we can test the application. Let's go to Kids Color Fun, AI Coloring app, and now we're going to go here into Test Flight. And now we're going to go into internal testing, and I'm going to create a new internal testing group called internal. Let's create this one. And now I'm going to invite my testers. So as you can see, I just invited myself as a tester. So now it will take a couple of minutes till Despia successfully built the application. And when it was successful, I'll show it to you on my iPhone, and then we'll set up all the other functionalities, the AI functionalities, the in-app purchases, and all that stuff together inside of Lovable. So let's just wait and we'll be back when this is done. So I just got the email from TestFlight that the application was successfully published to the store. I clicked on it and now I'm inside of TestFlight. I already downloaded the application. So let's open it. Let's take a look at this. As you can see, the beautiful splash screen here nicely animates out. And now I can go to my style guide and we see this is our application. Look how smooth that looks. I really like the theme that we have. Look at that. And then we got like a little toggle here, like iOS style. Look at that. Isn't that nice? We got a little slider here for range sliding. That very smooth. So yeah, we got now the entire design system all set up. And this looks great. So now that we have this set up, we can now go into Lovable and we can implement authentication and all that kind of stuff. So let's start with an onboarding screen because this is how we get users to join our application. So here's what we're going to do. We now need some good onboarding screen design. So first of all, I want to create the page empty. So let's say create an onboarding screen, very minimal with a slim review slider that goes full width, and has a fade out on the left/right sides, very clean and sleek. And then I'm going to say, over that, I want our app icon, and now we got to, get the app icon in there. And no, actually, over that review slider, I want to have a image grid / layout of an image of a hippo and a children coloring book hippo with a before on the image and an after on the coloring book style. Our app allows to create custom AI-made children coloring book printouts. So showcase how cool it could be to turn ideas, images, etc. into coloring books they can print with Bluetooth / Wi-Fi printers, and it's safe for kids. This onboarding screen will at the bottom have a start the fun now button that will open a drawer. So we're just going to add a drawer with the login options. Okay, now for those login options, we're going to set this all up. For the login options, show login with Google/Apple and email, where email is also a button, and it will close the drawer and then take them to a different page with a iOS style back button, to log in with email, right? The important thing is, for login with email, have the password/email/login/sign-up all in one form. So the same form will be used by new users/existing ones, right? If the email entered is not in the system, automatically create a new account and log the user in. The whole onboarding flow has to be super user-friendly and self-explaining, as this will be used by middle-aged women or even grandmas. There you go. And now we're going to send this to Lovable so it can all set it up. And now for some reason, Lovable always refreshes the page. I do not know why they do that. Did it send it or did it not send it? Let's see. Let's copy the prompt. No, it didn't send it. So we're just going to send this again, and now we'll wait till Lovable has it all nicely set up and it starts building it. So as you can see, Lovable is now done with this generation. So it still gives me this AI-generated vibe. So I want to improve that. First of all, this Get Started button should be a floating button with kind of like a nice fade. So let's target specific elements here. Let's say the Get Started button should be floating in the lower bottom area. So it's always reachable, right? And then I want to say, make it have a background full width with a fade down from top transparent to bottom white, so it looks nice and blends in, right? So this is kind of like what we're aiming for. So let's send this to Lovable. So now Lovable is going to implement this specific design here. And really the tip when it comes to making sure that it doesn't look AI and it looks actually high quality is starting with a very good prompt, but then also not letting it sit like this. When Lovable gave you something and you're not fully satisfied with it, fix it immediately. Because if you have something broken somewhere, right, it's going to take some time to then go back to it and improve it. It's not going to do that good of a job. So this is kind of weird. So let's say it is floating, but the background is weird. Let's say the
get started button would need to be in a div with the background, and that div would be fixed down, not the button itself. Because right now, what it's doing, the button is fixed, but then, the fade kind of like goes with it. We need it to be, the button should be in the fade, the button should be relative, but I think we're good. I think this time it'll get it done very nicely. And we have a nice drawer in here as well for the animation. Look at that. That's kind of nice with the drawer. I'll fix the structure so the container with the gradient background is fixed at the bottom. Beautiful. I did not fix it at all, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to Visual Edits. Where's the thing? It's this thing. It's kind of weird. So let's say it's still shit. It didn't set it up correctly. Like it doesn't understand. Sometimes it's easier doing it in HTML visually than expanding an AI to understand what we need it to be. If it doesn't get it, we have to draw it out and sketch it, how it should structure it. And we can certainly do that. The gradient should be the, let's just get rid of it. Get rid of the gradient thing. It doesn't get it, it's AI, and it's not precise in doing that. So here's what we're going to do, because I'm not going to fight with the AI. So we're going to go to Excel Draw, which is a beautiful whiteboard tool. I still have this from an old video, so let's get rid of that. Okay, so I'm going to draw it in blocks because the internet is just blocks in how this should look. Okay, so this is my first block. This is the button. Perfect. So this is the button. And now I'm going to draw in here, button, right? And this button will be relative. So I'm going to do button, and I'm going to copy paste, and I'm going to say relative. Okay, this button will be relative. Then I'm going to add the full width holding the button, right? So let's go in here. So this will be the div, the helper. So I'm going to do div, and I'm going to now add the CSS for it. I'm going to do fixed bottom 0, left 0, right 0. Okay, put that in here. Perfect. Okay, and then in here, I'm going to also add another note. White. Down here is white. And then I'm going to do transparent. Okay? And then I'm going to go into here. I'm going to add an arrow. Up here is transparent. And then up here, let's take this arrow here, and here it's white. So it gets it, right? And then I'm going to make a screenshot of this. Just like this. I'm going to capture that. I got my screenshot here. I'm going to go into Lovable, and I'm going to add this in Lovable because it doesn't get it clearly. I mean, it kind of gets it. It kind of doesn't. Like, it's still wobbly. It somehow gets it, right? So now I'm going to say make it like this. So sometimes if Lovable messes up the course structure, the wireframing, which it occasionally will do, like this, you can prompt back and forth as much as you want. It's never going to get it correctly. So if you just go to Excel Draw and make like a little drawing of how it has to be, explain it with arrows and kind of like how you want it to look, it's very, very likely that it will get it right. So let's see how good the strategy will look. And oh my God, it's still bad. It still has this kind of thing here. Can we select this thing? Can I just delete it? Yeah, let's try and delete. No, now I deleted the whole thing. Let's get rid of all the fading stuff. Let's just say get rid of the fade. You are not doing it good at all. Okay. Still has this fade that's scrolling, and I don't even know which element it is. I can't even select it. So it must be behind some weird stuff that is not possible for us to edit. So let's still have it in there. Oh my God. This is very annoying. Okay, but now it's gone. Okay. We can live with that. Now I still would like it for it to be fading down for the effect. So let's go on edit here. Okay, on this one, let's say make this one fade using background color from top transparent to bottom white using the background gradient. Okay, AI should be good at gradients because it loves adding them everywhere, so it should work. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, so this should do it. Because I want the getting started screen to make a good impression to the user. So I want to make sure that this looks very good, very high quality. And look at this. This is exactly what I want. You see how there is like this nice fade here? This is perfect. Yes, I do like that. Okay, now I should, probably mention that the app name is Kids Color Fun. And then I want to say remove all emojis, replace them with ionic icons. Okay, because they're the best icons. Ionic icons are great. They look very close to iOS icons. They don't look like lucid icons, which every vibe-coded application is now using. So I want to use ionic icons. And then, of course, we want to improve those images so we have this paywall converting even better. There you go. And then I think, there you go. I like that. AI-powered. And we need to put a better value proposition to this here, right? Turn ideas into coloring books, transform any idea into a beautiful kid-safe coloring book, print instantly with Bluetooth. Actually, I think that's good. Turn ideas into coloring books. I like this. Start the fun now. This is great. AI-powered coloring books for kids. This is great. We can do like, can we add a badge saying instant print? So I want to make sure that we can print them instantly. This is very important. So we have an instant print that they can then color and have on a sheet of paper. So I think then we have a nice paywall here. Kids Color Fun. Instant print. No, it made it worse. I don't like that at all. Instant print, AI powered. Make the text in one line. Do not make it rack down like this. And now it will probably not get what I mean, so I'm going to select what's happening here. And I'm going to upload this as a reference to Lovable, so it improves the interface. So now we're going to send this to Lovable, and now I'm going to, really detail this to make sure that it really looks beautiful here. So let's take a look at that. I'll add white space, no wrap. There you go, perfect. Instant print, AI powered. This is great. I think they should be centered in the image. So let's select the part only that is incorrect, because the more you select when it comes to context, the less precise Lovable gets. Let's say make the text centered in the lower area of the image. It shouldn't put it in the middle of the image, so I say lower area, so it gets this area. With AI, you really got to be careful what you're saying, right? So we have AI-powered instant print.
This is great. Turn ideas into coloring books. I do like the paywall. We could maybe even add some AI-generated videos of happy kids coloring books, but I think this oh my god, this is bad. No, it didn't do it well at all. Okay, so this is where we get Excel draw again. So let's kill that one. And now we're going to add the card. So let's go in here. Let's do cart. Okay, we're going to make this bigger. It's a big cart. Okay, and then I'm going to go inside of here, and I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to center the batch. So I'm going to say batch. Okay, and then I'm going to put this one here, and then I'm going to add an arrow in here. There you go. And I'm going to add a text to it. This batch is centered in the lower section / middle. Okay? And now I'm going to make a photo of this, and I'm going to upload this to Lovable so it understands how I want the interface to look. So I'm going to upload that here, and I'm going to just say like this. And now it's going to hopefully implement it correctly. So we'll see what it does with that, because it's very important that the paywall looks correct and that we have it looking exactly the way we want it to look before we are shipping this or going even to the next step, because how some pages, and it still doesn't get it at all, maybe it centers it. I'm not too confident about it. Okay, it does not want to center it at all. So let's see how the structure is. If I go in here, you see how this is kind of like its own element? It should be within the image. So this is why. I think I can live with that. Or do I want to live with that? I think I can live with that better if the badges are light orange. Make the badges light orange and dark orange text. Okay, I think this will be better because there's too much orange that is like very bright on the page already. And I do want their attention to go towards AI powered, but I don't want to take away their attention from start the fun now, right? Where they, yes, this is way better. This is way better. Yeah, this flows nice. Yeah, and they gotta be centered. I apologize, but they gotta be centered. So let's say we need to be more specific because it still does not understand what we mean because it's an AI. It's not a human. It doesn't understand meaning. It understands text. So it can, look at it and say, oh, that looks off. And it needs to be centered. Let's say you see the badge here. It looks off. It would look better if it would be aligned in with the center of the image. And now I'm going to go into chat mode so it can reason and think about it correctly. So we want to make sure that we have a good interface and that it looks really nice and it looks high quality, because people will judge your application based on that. So let's see. I can see the issue looking at your screenshot. The badge is positioned on the right instead of being centered with the image. Oh, I can see the issue after image, not centered. There you go. So now it will create a plan, and let's implement the plan so it looks nice. Now, the only thing I'm going to put that much attention like I'm going to do right now is obviously the onboarding, because this is what gets people through the funnel of your application. So you want to make sure it flows nice, it looks well, it looks high quality, and it looks very nice and professional, right? And then there are a few things like with the text, we can put like a little bit of a different font, but oh my God, this is doing a bad job at it already. Okay, the problem about this is, let's say, the problem is the entire structure of this section. Redo it. The image should be wrapped in a div, and in that div should be the image related badge, and that one should the image related badge, and that one should the absolute bottom, and the div parent would be centered. There you go. Let's fix our grammar. Okay, I don't know what that word what's intended to be, so I'm just going to send it like that. And now we're going to see what AI is going to do with that. Now it's going to make some mistakes and mess ups, because if we look at the structure, it still keeps them together. I don't want them to keep together. This should be wrapped in a container, and the container should have this in it. So the entire structure of how the AI build it is not correct. And what we need to do is sometimes you can't fix an issue AI created because the structure is so far off that it tries to keep the same structure, but still try to do what you want to fix. And it won't work unless you fix the entire structure of the application and get very specific in how it should set that up. Now, if this doesn't work, we may just get rid of the entire thing, but it used to be in the center. So we never really told it to clear the structure, to reinvent how this component is built. So now we're paying the price for it because we have to debug it a little bit. And I think it looks like it's doing some improvements. It might as well just be making it worse. Yeah, it completely made it worse. Like, it's terrible. It doesn't understand what's going on here. So I'm just going to do one more thing. I'm going to send a screenshot to it. And let's say it looks like this, and I'm going to send it into chat mode. And I'm going to see what it says about that, because this is not what I want at all. And it does look absolutely terrible. Like, absolutely terrible. I do like that it added a little bit more space to it, but this is, no, like, this is not good. What it is doing, I can tell you what it's doing. Let's make a photo of that, and let's get this into Excel Draw. Can I get this into Excel Draw? Yeah, I can get this into Excel Draw. So what's happening on an HTML level here, what Lovable is doing, let's get rid of all of that. What it's doing is, let me draw that to you, because the internet is just a bunch of boxes. This is a box on internet language. This is a box, right? And this is a box. This is a box. And then what it did is, those badges are centered in this box, right? So they are centered in this box here. Let's make a box in the middle. They're centered in this box, right? Key into why there is this space here. They're centered in this box. What it didn't understand is that it has to split up the AI-powered one and put it in the box for the panda, right? So the internet is just a bunch of boxes, and Lovable is getting the boxes not correct at all. So I hope that it understands it a little bit better by looking at how it actually looks. Perfect. I can see the current structure. The badges are now positioned centered relative to the after. Oh, it's completely stupid. Okay, let's say you are the badges need to be split up, and the AI-powered one has to be moved to the before section. The AI-powered one has to be moved to the section. It doesn't get it. It puts them all in the after section, because AI, again, it can't look, it can't see, it can't feel this looks off. So we have to
make the job in telling it how it should actually look and how common sense works. So now I have a good feeling about that. It creates a pattern, planning, splitting those up, changing that before the image, centered, sparkle icon. Okay, let's see if this works. Again, it's definitely worth spending some time to make sure that your onboarding page looks good, because that page will be the business card of your business, of your application. So even though it may be a little bit of an annoying process, make sure that it looks good. And it finally got it now. Whew. There you go. This looks nice. Now, I think there can be a little bit more spacing, and it should reference a little bit more of our iOS style. So let's say make the page look more clean / minimal, but also high converting, like mobile apps / mobile first onboarding screens. Do not change the structure, just UI. Okay, and now we're going to send that, and then we'll take a look what it did with this. So now it did make those changes. Now there's some manual edits that we can do. So we can go to Visual Edit, and I can go inside of here in this element, this div block, and we should be able to change the background color. And this can be white. Okay, we can't seem to change the text color. I would have to probably go into the text to change that. So let's reload this. Let's go back to Visual Edits. Let's click on the text. Oh, I gotta select this again. Okay. And no, let's just say make the, why is it like faded out? Let's reload this. Something is wrong with Lovable in a couple of days. It always refreshes. Sometimes it has issues loading stuff. Let's say make the badge text white. It will look good in white because the badges are already a little bit darker. So this will nicely blend in, and I think this is going to be a great onboarding screen to get people started with this. But then also, I think we can get rid of this. We can put the turn photos into art on the top, and then we can get rid of the kids color fun, right? So let's make this prompt, get rid of kids color fun, and the tagline, and move and then we'll paste this to the top, right? Okay. I mean, this looks nice. It did the AI powered with the white text. I think I can live with that. It didn't get it all what I meant to say, but, you know, it's AI. It's not that smart. So we still have the competitive edge, at least for a couple of years. So let's see. I'll remove the brand section and move the headline to the top. Yes, because we need to show the value proposition. And there's some random space in here. So let's go in here. Let's say make the space, the gap smaller. About 2 rem sounds good. We can do 1.5 rem. Sounds good. Okay, so let's just tell it to make the space a little bit smaller. I think it can be a little bit more up, so it's a little bit more cozy. And then we'll look into this. Yeah, that's good. Turn photos into art. Transform any image into beautiful coloring pages. Okay, we need to improve the copy because this won't sell. We will say, we need a good tagline. I want to frame this product as, this is something where kids can have fun for the entire day without being on a screen. So 100% fun. No, we need to show this.
Let's go to Claude and let's come up with some good headlines for this product. Okay, let's go in here. Let's say I made an app for making AI coloring books that parents / children, etc. can print. It uses AI to make those books from photos, drawings, etc. So now we're coming up with I'm just going to feed this into Claude so it understands the idea, reasons a little bit about it. And now I'm going to have it then create some good headlines. Create good, high converting headlines for the app onboarding page to convince the users to sign up. Okay, create high converting headlines plus taglines. Okay, create good high converting headlines, taglines for the app onboarding page. So to convince the users to sign up. Emotional, turn your photos into every picture tells a story, coloring books as unique as your family. I like that. Stop searching your photos, your masterpiece, and AI coloring books from your photos. It can also come from text, not just photos. Let's just say that. So we get some better ideas. And then I say, I want to frame it like less screen time, more creativity, but we are still using tech, but to go offline. Right? So it's kind of like a therapeutical app even to help children development. Like it's how you frame that. 30 seconds online, hours offline creating. Less screens, more crayons. I like that. The app that gets kids off apps. Oh, this is good. From digital to hands out, technology that creates offline time. Finally, tech that helps you unplug. Guilt-free. It should explain the product in the headline, though. Right? So it should solve the problem, but still explain the product. And so we need a magic headline here to get this to absolutely convert. AI coloring book maker. Create custom coloring books from anything. This is it. Turn coloring books into turn photos and ideas into printable coloring books. I like that. This is good. This solves the problem without explaining it too deeply. So we can just go in here and, ooh, can I still edit in here? Let's go and discard. Now reloading it. Okay, so it's gone edit mode. Okay, turn photos and ideas into printable coloring books. This is nice. Okay. I think they should be a little bit shorter. Make the headings shorter. So we need to go to the point faster. So this really converts people. AI coloring books from anything. Custom coloring books instantly. I like this. AI coloring books from anything. This is great. Let's go to Lovable. AI coloring books from anything. Okay, let's go here. There you go. AI coloring books from anything. This is great. And then photos, text, or drawings, printable pages in 30 seconds, then unplug and color together. This is perfect. Yes. Text, photos, text, or drawings to printable pages in 30 seconds, then unplug and color together. Yes, let's save this. This is going to be great. I like this. Okay. AI coloring books. This should have a break. So let's select this one.
this H1 here, and let's say make the anything an orange to lighter orange. No, actually, make the anything have an orange block around it with 0.5 rem side padding and 0.25 rem top padding, and the text anything is in white in the middle, so it is highlighted. So it's highlighted. Now we really want this page to get users to join. So I'm really emphasizing on making sure that this has the best interface, because this is our funnel for our application. So that's very important, actually, that this looks on brand and custom and great. I'll wrap anything with an orange highlight block using the specific padding. Yes. Okay. And then I think we're good. AI coloring books from anything. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It needs to be more centered. It's not centered. So let's go on edit here. Let's say make sure the text is centered. It does not look centered. And now I'm going to make a photo of it, how it currently looks, so it knows that it's not centered. Let's capture this. And let's send this to Lovable. And then we also need a little bit more space between the lines. And I think the from should be on the next line. So we may want to add a break before the from, so it breaks down. Yes, this is perfect. Let's say also the from should be on a new line. Okay? So let's say also the from should be on a new line. So it really, really looks beautiful. I can't emphasize enough how important it is to have a great onboarding screen that looks perfect. You don't want people to shy away from using your product. Okay, perfect. Also add a bit more line space. Okay, and then I'm going to select this element where I want a little bit more line space. So we have truly a beautiful, beautiful interface here for converting users and getting them to sign up for our product. Text, photos, text drawings. Maybe is there a better one? Upload a photo or type an idea, print unlimited pages, less screens, more creativity. Actually, that's better. That is way better, because this is really feeding into the notion where they are always saying kids are too often on their devices. They got to get offline. This really sells this great. Upload a photo or type an idea, print unlimited pages, less screens, more creativity. Yes, perfect. And then we can edit this also, right? Font size, we can try small. I think this will work. Yeah, let's save that. This looks great. Okay, and now I want this to be a little bit more bold. So let's go on edit mode again. Let's say make it bold, and also character spacing minus 0.2 pixels. Character spacing minus 0.2 pixels. And make the I'm not going to talk about the highlight yet, even though I think it should have less padding. But I think we can do this manually in Lovable to make sure that this looks truly custom and great. I really want to. This is like, if you care about design, only do this page. Like, if you don't fully care about design, just only care about this one, because this is such an important page, because this will get people to, eventually then decide if they want to sign up for your product or not. So this one, make the top/bottom padding a bit less. Okay, I want to make the top and bottom padding of this span a little bit less, like a little bit less, just a little tad. Use the vertical padding. Yes, this is perfect. Let's publish this. It's still editing though. So let's publish this. Yeah, let's publish this. This is great. This is perfect. This will look great, and this will get people to click get started, even though we need to make the get started more bold and we need to have it more highlighted. But now I'm just going to open the application here and I'm going to inspect. And now, as you can see, this is how it will look on the mobile device. And as you can see, the text is not big enough. It should be like this, but it should also look good, which it's too small right now for most mobile devices. So let's go on this text here. Essentially, all the text in here, let's say, make sure all the text in here scales nicely for mobile devices by using view with VW for mobile breakpoints. View width is great because this scales with the width of the screen, so the text size adapts to the width of the screen. It's a value that you can set instead of pixels, so it's more fluid layout, more liquid fluid kind of situation where just scales nicely with the screen width. So as you resize, the text scales nicely. So I think this will be it. Let's say make the heading a bit bigger, like 25%, because it needs to be a little bit bigger, because, you know, some people may have this on smaller iPhones and then it gets harder to read, right? So we really want to make sure that this looks very nice. But I'm very happy with the paywall, or not the paywall yet. The paywall is still something that needs to come. But I'm very happy with this onboarding screen. This really makes the product look good. So let's update this, and then we'll try this out on the application, and we'll take a look at that. Okay, it's still loading. See, update. Okay, let's try reloading this. As you can see, the text should be now bigger. It didn't. Yeah, we pushed it too early. Let's try again. Yes, it could be even bigger actually. Let's say make the heading another 25% bigger, as well as the paragraph. The heading another 25% bigger, as well as the paragraph. This is great. So we got some nice UI and some nice layouting going on in here. And we're going to make sure that this looks absolutely great, because again, this is what gets people into our application. Okay, we'll wait till this is done, and then we're going to update this. So now, as you can see, it's done. Let's update this. And I think we're good. And I just need to make the get started way bolder. But I think then we're good. So let's go back to the mobile breakpoint here. And let's open this. Yes, this is perfect. Look at this. So now if we go on responsive, you will see that it scales very nice on the mobile breakpoints. Actually, it might be, we could do it a little bit smaller. Let's actually actually, we can do this manually. Let's go on edit the heading, right? And then I can go on here and I can go on advanced and I can do go to code, right? And then inside of here, I can make this, let's see, letter spacing, text. Let's make this 10 view width. Let's make like 9.95 view width. Let's save this. And then we're just going to take a look at that. I think this will scale nicer across smaller breakpoints. So let's just actually try opening this in the demo one, in the preview. let's try this in the preview. In the responsive UI, let's see.
No, we need to make it a little bit smaller because the padding from the sides is scaling it down a little bit. So let's say make the heading 9.25 rem, please. So we need to make it a little bit smaller because I want it to be on 2 lines on all screen sizes. So I'm really getting into the details here because this is, if you go into anything in that detail like I'm doing, please do this on your onboarding screen and your paywall. They're the most important things of your application, and you want them to look professional, convincing. What you do after they paid is a different story. I mean, you should provide still a good service. Oh my God, no, I did. Oh shit, I said rem. Sorry, I meant 9.25 view width. Yeah, we don't know. No, not rem. Rem is AI color. Not looks like an Apple website with their crazy text animations. No, this is better. Yeah, I think this is good. Let's publish this. If it doesn't work, we're just going, this is good. Like most people will have, and they won't have an iPhone mini. Like the iPhone, like the 4-inch ones, right? Don't make them anymore. So I think we're good. Let's see. Yeah, this is like, look at this. Like it goes it scales nicely down on lower breakpoints. So this is fine. Yeah, absolutely. This is great. Okay. So now I'm going to say, make the get started bold. Not bold, bold. There you go. And I'm going to click on this element because it needs to be super bold. I want it to really pop and really, people should really see it. It should really stand out from the page. And now we got a high converting funnel. There you go. Get started. And then we should also make it caps, right? We can manually do this without having to pay for credits, or can we? No. Make it uppercase. Make it uppercase. Okay. Now I'm going to make it also uppercase in a specific section. And I'm already looking at our paywall here. I have to say it looks really good. So let's set this up. Perfect. Let's publish this now. Get started. This looks really nice. Like if people aren't signing up on this one, I don't know what's wrong with them. This looks really great. Okay. So now I want to show you this on my iPhone, on the native application, right? You have the beautiful splash screen. And look at that paywall. AI coloring books from anything. Upload a photo or type an idea. Print unlimited pages, less screens, more creativity. Get started. And now you have this beautiful drawer to sign up for the applications, terms of service policy. We can continue with Google, continue with Apple, continue with email. If I go on continue with email, I go on this get started page here, very nicely set up. I can go back. I'm back at the paywall. We have some nice animations here. How beautiful is this? We got this nice little slider with the kids are entertained. Quality is amazing, much better than store-bought books. Look at this. Get started. If this doesn't convert people, I don't know what will, because this doesn't look like your average vibe-coded application. This looks like you actually put effort and time into building this application, which we are doing. That's the whole point of this YouTube channel. It's not just helping you build AI slop to ship crap on the App Store. It's building stuff that provides value, that looks good, where Apple looks at like, wow, this is AI made? No way, right? That is the goal. That's what you want to do, because that's how you build a sustainable business. Because if you just build a crappy product and get it on the App Store, like even if you get some people to subscribe, they will unsubscribe. It's not sustainable. You want to put a little bit of attention, a little bit of time, a little bit of effort into building those things. And it may be working an hour on your onboarding screen to make sure that you actually get the signups that you deserve. So there you go. This is great. Now I want to tell it, make sure that all page
transitions, such as from email button to email page and back to onboarding page, have a minimal nice transition, right? We want to do this so it has a minimal nice transition. Very important. So when I go on get started and I go on the email part, I wanted to nicely animate between those pages so it just doesn't look too cut off, right? So it's all about the details. Users will feel if you put an effort into building the application, and it always pays back in revenue. So now we can feel good about adding our paywall on the next step because we got such a great onboarding experience. Let's try get started. It still doesn't animate. So let's go in here. If I go on continue, you see, still does not animate. Okay, and let's do this in chat mode so it can look through the entire code base and make sure that those page animations, those page transitions are nicely set up here in our application. But yeah, this is how you really build, I would say, production-ready apps in Lovable. It is looking really into the details, making sure it's nice, it's professional, it's clean. Okay, now let me check the routing setup to understand why the transitions aren't working properly. So I want to make sure that those transitions, I can see the issue. React Router instantly swaps components when navigating, so even animate fade in class is there. There's no smooth transition between pages. The problem, okay. So we need to optimize the router. So we're going to implement the plan to optimize the router to make sure that this all looks nice. So now we have this all set up and we have the email login page, right? And this page looks great. We have a very nice user flow. If they are new, they can just fill in their information and they're logged in. If they're old, they can still fill in their information and get logged in. So there's no login, sign up. It's continue. We'll create an account if you're new. This makes the onboarding process so simple. You don't want people to think, am I already signed up or not? Or where do I click? You want it to be smooth. That's how you get people to sign up. So this is why we set things up this way. And then the homepage that is right now, I don't think there's any generator built on there yet. Yeah, so we will need to create kind of like a new homepage that will be like /app or something. So let's go in here and the page transition implemented. Okay, let's see if the page transitions work. See, let's go get started. Now I'm just going to widescreen. Let's try it on the preview. Maybe there's an issue with Lovable showing it. Let's see. So if I go back, yeah. So now I go to wide screens. Now I go to wide screens. So I think there is a React Router issue because sometimes when you have those animations, it just doesn't remove like a class to make it animate, and then you're just stuck at a white screen, which it's like a white div block covering the rest of the page up, because React apps are, all your pages thrown into one page and then just faking the pages. That's what Lovable is doing, and that's a common way of building apps on the internet. So they feel snappy, fast, and you have instant redirects. I see the issue. The page transition component is rendering null during the transition, causing the white screen. Let me fix this by properly manage which content shows during the transition. Perfect. So now it's going to set this up, and then we hopefully have some nice animations, so our application feels even more professional. Let's try this out here. Oh, no, we need to go to the demo link, right? Let's go on this one here. Still not working. Let's do one thing. Let's reload this in Lovable. Let's actually go to the / page, right? Okay. And now we're going to get started, continue with email, and there's still no animation. There is no page animation. So we'll see why there is no page animation. And the thing is, if you test those things in Lovable within their
end that here, it will actually send the console logs that are happening to the chat so it can reference it better. So if you have an error in Lovable, step into the error in their widget here so their AI understands what the error actually is. So now it says I found the issue, animations aren't defined in the Tailwind config, right? So now I think it should work. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. Get started, continue with email. Okay, it's good. Let's say I get a flashing, but it animates. So now just clean it up. Because we went a little bit back and forward, there's some mess going on with this animations. So we just need to clean it up and then we're good. And then we can actually go make some progress here. But again, what we did is very important because we want a great sign-in experience. That's the thing that we should focus the most on because this is the page that gets you to the signups. This is the page that gets you, making money. So let's see. Clean up the transition to use React key prop for smooth handling. Let's see if that's actually true. Get started. Still flashing. Still lashing. So we need to clean up more. If it still can't fix it right now, we need to go back into the chat mode so it reasons a little bit more and looks at some of the pages to make sure that this is set up correctly. So let's see what's happening here. Still flashing, and then we'll be able to set up RevenueCat. After this beautiful paywall, the user signs in. We'll then open the paywall directly after sign in to convince them to subscribe. That's the plan of this. So I want, when they log in, I want to immediately open the paywall. It's dismissible, but it should open immediately in the homepage of the application because every good app does that. You just got the user's email. The next thing you try to do is get their payment information. Okay, so it's still thinking about that. So I think we got to make a little cut and we'll be back when it has hopefully fixed the transitions. So it did implement this, but now look at this. If I go back, the old page still flashes. So we now got to go into chat mode and we need to detail exactly Lovable what's happening. When I navigate pages, it looks nice, but then all of the sudden, for a second, the old page flashes in. Okay, so now I think there's a timing issue in how it handles the transitions, the animations. There's always a little bit sometimes of a timing issue with those things. So we'll take a look at that and then we'll see what's going on here. Maybe there's some JavaScript, some NPM library that we want to install into this to make sure that it works correct. But yeah, I think we're going to be good this time because it's already thinking about solving those kinds of issues. So we'll see. This probably may take a little bit as well. So we're just going to make a cut and we'll be back when it's done. So now we got a response from Lovable. It says, thanks for the detail. The old page flashes back in for a moment. Usually happens because the exit handler fires early due to bubbling animation events from nested event elements. The ready state reapplies on enter animation. So now it, did some key fixes here and it implemented a plan. So let's implement the plan. Hopefully this is the last thing that we have to set up for a beautiful onboarding experience to make sure our app feels professional and stands out from all the other AI slop and garbage out there on the App Store. So we actually win the signups. And then we're going to set up the core functionality, which is rather simple. And for the framework and how this has to look, we're going to use Excel Draw. So let's already start frameworking this here. So what I want to do is I want to start with an application screen. So I'm going to, oh, no, I didn't mean to open that. I want to copy some of those screens here. So let's move that here. And let's move that here. So those are our application screens. I know people would use Figma for that, but I won't. So what I want it to be is I want there to be like a, obviously we will have a menu bar here. So there will be a menu bar and all of them will have the menu bars. So I will move the menu bars to all of them here.
Okay. This one I kind of distorted it a little bit. Do that. Okay, I can live with that. So they all now have their menu bars, right? So now for this screen, I want there to be like a section up here that would already be like generate a new image, and it should look very nice. So let's call in here generate, right? So will be the generate section, generate, and there will be options. So there will be a camera, so like file, and then there will be like describe, and then there may be like speak, right? So we can do also speak. So I'm going to do 3 options here. So I'm going to add an arrow here, and I'm going to say this will be speak to coloring book, speak to coloring book. Okay, and then I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to do text to coloring book. Text to coloring book, okay. And then I'm going to go inside of here, and I'm going to add down here photo to coloring book. There you go. So those are kind of like the features. And then inside of here, I want to have past generations. So I want to have a feed here of their past generations. So in here, I'm doing a feed of the past generations. So in here, I'm going to add an arrow to this section, and I'm going to add what I want to be in here, Instagram like feed of past generations. Okay, Instagram like feed for past generations. There you go. So now this is kind of like the wireframe I want the application to be in. Then there will be a social aspect. So let's first, this is the start page. So this will be like home, right? This will be the home page. Okay, home. Then we're going to add social, and let's call this upvote. So we can upvote, and then there will be like a social feed where they can upvote. So this will be some images here, right? There you go. Let's build this wireframe. So in here, there will be the image. So let's do image. Okay, this will be the image. And then there will be, let's do likes / upvotes. Okay, and then there will be likes / upvotes, and then, there will be a leaderboard. So let me just add a comment to that. Let's do in here, have top 5 of the month, allow other users to print them as well. Okay? Allow other users to print them as well. So that's kind of like the upvote, the social feed part. And then profile page, I don't think that's the core app functionality. We can leave it out. That's the core app functionality of this. So that I want to have a social aspect to it, so it keeps people to the app, builds a little bit of sense of a community. So that's essentially the idea. So let me do a screenshot of that. And then we're going to, continue with the setup. But actually, let's check back in with Lovable here. So as you can see, hopefully the animations now work. Still flashes. Still flashes. Redo the page animations, or use an NPM for it. Like,
If it can set it up correctly, it's because the AI is doing a job that it's not good at. And then there's probably already an NPM package doing the job rather decently for you. So we'll just look at that. If that doesn't work, we'll just skip the page animations, actually. Then there's no point in doing them. But let's see. I still want to try to make it beautiful. So we'll look into that. Let's see. But then, like the nice way of, if you actually want the app to be good, you don't have to be a designer, you don't have to use Figma, but just use like exceldraw.com, it's free to use, to create a rough wireframe, a rough sketch of the idea, because the AI is going to be so better if you can bring the idea that you want the AI to build in like a somewhat of a design, right? That means that you know what you're building, you know how it should look, and then giving this as a reference to AI is just going to put you on such a great foundation compared to just trying to describe what you want it to build. So even if you're not a designer, if you're not a Figma expert, like this is an easy way for you to set this up. So now it's adding framer motion, which is actually pretty good because it has some pretty awesome animations for those things. So let's see, I'm pretty optimistic now that it uses framer motion. Oh yeah, oh that's nice. Look at that animation. This is nice, you saw that? So secret tip, use framer motion for the animation. It's going to handle them nicely. Look at this, get started. Wow, look at this. Wow, let's publish this. This is so nice. We got to test this on the native app. Like, wow. Okay, let's wait till this updates. And then we'll open the real app. So let me share my screen again. I think the sharing stopped because we were a little bit too much into it. I think the session timed out. But there you go. Now it should be coming through. Let's try the animations. They look great. So let's open the application. I mean, this is a great onboarding screen. It looks really nice. Really nice, I have to say. Let's get started. Continue with email. Yes, this is nice. Look at the back animation. Wow. This is really nice. Like, look at this. Yeah. This is amazing. This makes it feel so high quality, so professional, not just AI slop. This is great. Wonderful. Absolutely amazing. Okay, perfect. We're done with this. So now we will start implementing the core functionalities of the app and getting that concept built in the app. And then the last part will be monetizing and doing the login parts with social providers. So let's create the master prompt. First of all, we're going to go to Excel Draw, and we're going to make a photo of how we want the interface and the wireframe to look. We're just going to do a screenshot of this. Now I want to improve this, right? So let's upload this actually into Claude, and I say, here is a wireframe of my app. Help me create a prompt for Lovable to set this core app functionality up. We also need private/public generations. There you go. And now I'm going to send this with a reference. I have thinking mode enabled for Claude, very important, so that it reasons and thinks about what it's generating. So we're not just aiming into nothingness. And now it says coloring book generation app, build a web app that creates AI generated coloring pages from multiple inputs with social features, generate methods. Perfect. So database, user ID, create ad, perfect. Now we also need to link certain things to the user, but I think this is fine for now for authentication. Each user can only see their own private generations. Image to image with coloring, line art, style, perfect. Let's copy this. Let's go into Lovable, and now we're going to paste this here, and we'll remove, the AI is like, hey, here is it for you, right? And we're just going to upload this And now it's going to build all the core functionality. It's going to set up the database. It's going to set up the interface, the mobile screens and all that kind of stuff. And here's where our style guide really comes in handy, because we already have the entire interface, the entire design system, the entire color schemes, the entire buttons, inputs already pre-built in our style guide component page here. So we have our entire styling system here. So this is super helpful because this will allow us now to build and make sure that we have a consistent design, consistent styling across everything in our application. So really helpful starting like this. So now it's going to set this up. It's going to enable Lovable AI for AI generations. It's going to enable Lovable Cloud for the database, set up the user authentication, all that kind of stuff, right? So this will take a little bit. It can take a couple of minutes, actually. So we're just going to wait a little bit, and then we'll take a look how it looks. So now it just finished the entire application, but we don't have the social login on the authentication page. So let's say, make sure the auth page has the same, login form as the current drawer on the onboarding page, or have the onboarding page be the auth page, or have the onboarding page be the auth page. There you go. Because we do need to, we already have, if we go to onboarding, oh, it got rid of the onboarding page. No, actually, it's still there. Because when we go to the onboarding page, we already have, oh, it removed the drawer. It messed it all up. Okay, now I'm getting it. So we need to get Google Auth in here again. Even though we do have nice animations, still, that's good, right? But I want the nice drawer. So it will take a little bit for it to set it up. So we'll just wait till this is all rebuilt from what we had before. So now it just finished. So let's take a look at continue with email here. And as you can see, we have this beautiful animation. Because we have so great animations, I don't really think that we need to have the drawer, but let's create an account. hey@despia.com. Hello, 1, 2, 3. There you go. Let's go and continue. Please wait. And now we're logged in. Not now. No. There you go. AI coloring books. Create amazing coloring pages. Very nice. Your creations. Voice, text, photo. Very nice. Very nice. The photo, obviously, we can make that look nicer with the, custom, nice file uploader. Could not access microphone. I think we need to implement that kind of stuff. Make public, generate coloring page. This is very nice. So we need to implement a better interface. So precisely in this area. So let's say on the home page, make sure the generation widget for all slides is high fidelity and high-end design, and high-end design slash minimalist slash sleek and smooth. Also, make the tabs look like the iconic iOS tabs with the slide tab animation, please. Okay, and now I'm going to send this to Lovable, and now it will generate and design this nicely. I want this iOS style tab situation going on, but it looks nice. AI coloring books, create amazing coloring pages, your creations, gallery, Now, we don't want an animation on this bar down here. It should only, the app content should only animate. So we can adjust this on those pages here, right? But let's see, I'll redesign the home page animation widget with a high fidelity iOS style tabs and a sleek minimalist design. That's exactly what we wanted to have, because this looks too vibe coded. This looks too AI, too boring, too like everything else. Yes, this looks better. Voice, text, photo. Yeah, look at that. This is getting nice. Look at this. Now, I really like that. This is really, really nice. Really nice. You can put the text in here, make it public. Ooh. Choose photo. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, I'm a fan of that. Okay, so very, very sleek, very sleek. Okay, now I'm going to say use only ionic icons. No lucid, because this is like the easiest way to give away that you are using AI, using lucid icons. Every AI app is using lucid icons. Stand out, be unique, use ionic icons. They are the best icons, and they look super close to, Apple. Like, they're essentially knockoffs of Apple icons. So ionic icons, they're the best ones out there. So let's take a look at this. It's installing the React icons package. I think that's the one from Ionic. And now it's editing all the home pages to replace all the icons. This may actually take a little bit. But then we'll be able to have the core of the application going. Of course, we need to plug in a billing system. But look at those icons. That's nice. I really like that style. And then you can record, start recording, generate coloring page. Very nice. This looks good. In here, we can improve the spacing, like the spacing is off a little bit. Let's say the spacing is off a bit. Fix it. Make it have the same spacing as the voice one, please. So sometimes there's a little bit of a spacing situation going on. We want this one as a reference. And it's still editing. So you can edit while it's still editing, but should be done with it pretty quickly. But like, look at how great this looks. Before that, it looked so shitty, but now having like a high fidelity, like just a prompt, like a little bit of text can like make your application be like look so much differently. I think this is amazing. This is incredible. And you have the gallery. We need to fix the animations. The photo gallery, top 5 of the month, and then you can obviously log out. And then we have this all nicely set up. Oh, I already used the correct icons. Very nice, right? Hey at Despia.com. Low. Okay, and then we're in. Not now. There you go. How beautiful is that? Now, it added lots of files to make sure that it's actually all correct. Now, I'll just put this prompt in here to make sure that the spacing is correct, because the spacing is a little bit off. But it does look really, really good, I have to say, with this new prompt for the high fidelity one. We should do this on all pages. We should do this on all pages. All pages should follow this high fidelity iOS style interface design, because this looks very, very sleek. Okay, I'll fix the upload section. Yeah, look at this. Now it's fixed. Beautiful. Fantastic. Let's say make all pages have iOS high fidelity style UI. Okay. And now I'm going to do a whole revamp, because this prompt works so great. I want to have this working on all. So let's also try opening this again in our browser here. Let's go on inspect. And now I'm trying to continue with email. I'm going to go hey at Despia.com, continue.
this user is already registered. Oh, we're on the get started, right? So, oh, interesting. hey@despia.com. It did work on the other one. Let's see. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is good. Welcome back. Not now. Perfect. Okay, so now as you can see, we have this very nice interface going on. Text, voice, photo, all that stuff. We got the nice animation here on the buttons. You can now go to voice, start recording. Hello, this is a recording about making a monkey plant a flower. Creating your page failed. So there's some API errors going on. We can see them happening. All the voice transcode comes back, transcription failed. But we'll worry about it not working later on, because right now it seems to be looking really good for the UI, for the interface, which is a major part of this. So we'll just wait till this is done with the whole refactoring. Let's hope it actually looks good. But it does look really good. Like, look at this. This is very, look at this top 5 with the minimalist interface, and then you log out. I mean, we should remove the logout. People are just going to unnecessarily going to be logging out. But we need to have a profile page, right? With their user account, a way for them to delete their account, all that kind of stuff. So let's continue with email again so we can log in. hey@despia.com. I'm going to do hello, 1, 2, 3. There you go. Not now. I do really like the interface. It looks really clean and good and nice. So now I'm curious what it did to the offering page with the iOS high fidelity UI. Oh, it looks the same. It just redirects immediately, right? There you go. So now I want to say on the pages with the menu bar, only the app content should animate, not the menu bar. It should always be there, right? So because now when we navigate between those pages, you see how we're jumping between the pages, and now I'm accidentally logged out again. But I don't want the menu bar to jump. So now we gotta log in again here, just like that. Perfect. And now as you can see, now we're in, and now it's adjusting this on all of those pages. So hopefully the menu bar doesn't jump like it does right now. We don't want that. Let's see if it can do that. Editing app TSX, so it now also edits the entire app. Thought for a second, fixed. The navigation bar now stays fixed while only the page content animates. Yes. Okay, now let's say do the same thing for the top bar, but make the top bar fade, but stay in position, because it animates a little bit down. I don't want that. I want the top bar, though, to still animate, but it should not animate down, and I'm always accidentally logging out because I'm just clicking on all of them. Let's go hey@despia.com. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Oh, there you go. Perfect. There you go. Perfect. Files to modify. Now it's making the changes, and now we should have a beautiful single page application in no time. And I'm again accidentally logging out. We got to get rid of this. This is dangerous. hey@despia.com. Now we're in. So it's still thinking about it and editing it. Now it updated it. So when it's done, it's probably going to reload, and then we'll get a chance to test this. So let's see. Yeah. Oh my God, this is nice. And I'm still logged out. Let's continue with email again. Perfect. Not now.
This is great. So now,
it seems like our pages don't scroll. Make sure the app content scrolls as mentioned in the custom knowledge. It's also kind of important.
So now when the user first logs into the application, we want to show the RevenueCat paywall. For that, we need to create a RevenueCat paywall. And for that, we need to create our RevenueCat products that we can sell to the user. Once it's done, this is the next step that we'll be doing in this implementation. So this will be creating them with the App Store Connect, linking them with RevenueCat, and then getting the paywall inside of here. Because we may or may not have the AI functionalities working, but it's working enough so that we can already start implementing the paywall, right? And we can work with it. So let's do that. Now we're done. This should now look good. We can scroll in here. That's exactly what we want. Perfect. Then we have the gallery. Now, the page content, it should always reset. So when I scroll down here and I go to top 5, it shouldn't scroll down in top 5. Let's say make sure that when I scroll down on the app content and I switch pages, that the next route content starts from top / so they have their own state for scrolling, kinda. This is very important because this is a bad experience. If I'm scrolling down here and then this is half cut off, this doesn't look good. They should have their own scrolling state, their own scrolling environment for all of those components that we're using here, right? So I'll add scroll reset functionality so each page starts from the top when you navigate to it. Sounds good. So let's see if this works. This should be pretty quick, so now it's thinking perfect. Let's try reloading this.
Okay.
So we can scroll. Now we shouldn't be able to scroll if there's no content on the page. Maybe something we need to improve. But as you can see, I can scroll in this one here, and I scroll down, and now this one starts on the top, right? So if I go on here, and this one starts at the top. Now, pages without content should not scroll. Let's say empty pages should not scroll. That's very important because it kind of is funky if you can scroll on an empty page. Why would you be able to scroll on an empty page, right? So there doesn't need to be any scrolling when you're on an empty page. And I'm not going to click on logout. I'm not doing this error anymore. Let's say also add a simple profile page with delete account privacy policy and change email / logout.
Log out and remove the log out
button from the menu bar and add a profile button instead. And now you get this random React build error. It should solve by itself by just refreshing or waiting a little bit for Lovable to do its work. So you don't have to worry about that most of the times. So let's see. Now it's reading all the files. It's editing some of the files. Sometimes this can happen while it is editing certain files. But that should be it. So we'll then send this last prompt. This will probably take a little bit. There you go. Let's try reloading. We should see some sort of stuff. Yeah. Ooh, what it's doing here. Fixed all empty pages. That's not what I wanted to do. I mean, it still scrolls. Let's copy this prompt. Let's say, did not fix the issue. Empty
pages still scroll, but now home page is messed up. Let's actually try opening this on the browser. I want to make sure that it's really messed up. Yeah, it's like it's going into the wrong direction. It's scrolling to the site. And it does scroll even though it's an empty page, which it should not, right? And I can already prepare this prompt in here. So let's give it some time here because maybe it takes a little bit for this to get it correct. Issue bottom padding on empty. Okay, we'll just let it work. So while it fixed what it just broke, we need to copy this prompt again and be a little bit more precise. Let's say the home page is fine, but the gallery top 5 and the gallery top 5 pages can scroll even though there are no postings. Get rid of all non-needed paddings since the app container is relative. It would only need about 1 rem on all sides, not more. There you go. Let's send that over, and then we'll put the old prompt back inside of here so we can get it all nicely set up. So let's see what's going on here. Let's hope it fixes it because we're already a little bit too much into making the UI. But again, UI is important. People will look at that, but it shouldn't randomly scroll up like this. It's weird. Like it can scroll down, but it can still scroll up. So something's off with this. I'll fix the empty state scrolling and reduce padding to 1 rem across gallery top 5 pages. There you go. See if that works. But it does look nice, I have to say. It does look nice with the animation. Okay. We can add pull to refresh. I don't think it will do a good job at doing this. I think you should do this natively if you want that. Still scrolls. Still scrolls. Still scrolls. Let's go into the chat mode. It still scrolls down. Like, I can scroll it down. I think this is fixed for some reason. It animated fixed. I don't think it's fully relative. Let's inspect elements here. Let's see. Yeah, you see how this goes over? And the top bar. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. That's the problem. The problem is that the top bars are not relative, as I told you. As I told you. Make the top bars relative and the app content lex 1 grow / shrink. There you go. So it didn't, because like it goes too much up if I go on inspect elements here, right? Or bad example doing it in here, but it made the top bar fixed, so then it technically goes till all the way up here. So then it adds some padding to balance it out, and now it's all messed up from the UI perspective. So we'll just see what now is going on with this. So we'll look at the show, all it's adjusting and reading all the files. So we'll see what's going on. And then the other prompt was add a simple page with delete. Yeah, we need to copy that and keep that in the back of our minds. Thanks for the precise description. I can reproduce why you still get an small extra scroll on empty gallery top 5. The page transition wrapper inside the scrollable page app container uses height, which is taller than the scroll area, which is viewport minus top bar. That mismatch, well, it reduces empty won't scroll at all. Okay, let's look into this. Let's add this as well. The problem is that the top bars are not relative, as I told you. Make the top bars relative and the app content flex 1, grow, shrink. That's what we need. You're absolutely right. Look at that. Let me check the current structure. Now it's checking the structure, so we can take a look at that. I can see the issue. The top bar on line 62 is correctly marked as relative, and the app container flex shrink. However, the real problem is the page transition component inside the scrollable container is using hflex, full viewport height, which is causing the extra scrolling space. Makes sense. Let's implement the plan. And let's see if this actually works. It said that multiple times that it knows how to fix it. And then let's also put the next prompt in here. I think it said that Lovable doesn't have like a queue prompt like Cursor has, where you can queue the prompts and put them on a to-do list. I think that would make it way simpler already, especially if you need to go one step back and still need to remember your old prompt. Ah, fixed. Ooh, nice. And then if this still scrolls, now this doesn't scroll. Fun. So while they don't scroll, but now also the pages that should scroll don't scroll. So this fixed it on gallery and top 5, but now the page that has content going over does not scroll at all. What is so hard about making the top bar relative, having an app container under it that is the only element that can scroll, and under that having the menu bar relative? The app container will just contain the page content, and CSS/HTML make sure that it does not scroll if the content does not exceed the component height. Why can't you find such simple solutions? So AI does need a little bit of human supervision, because it won't find simple fixes. It's going to try to dig deeper into the same hole that created the entire mess, instead of looking outside of the hole and figuring out that the solution is all the way outside of it. So just sometimes it's really good at helping you get deeper into a problem rather than getting outside of the problem, right? So I'll fix this by removing the overflow restrictions from page view transition and letting content naturally flow within the scroll container. I mean, that should be what it should be doing in the first place, because that's how HTML works, but I guess we're fine. Now this looks good. Little bit oh no, this is good. This doesn't concern me. Yes, finally, it's working. So it can fix complicated stuff and make it super complicated. What it can't necessarily do is follow basic HTML and CSS rules, but this is why when you got this YouTube channel where you learn about those, right?
There you go. Now it doesn't scroll on them, but it only scrolls on here. This is why you learn CSS and HTML. Now let's add the profile page, and then we're good with this, and then we're going to implement the RevenueCat paywalls so we can make some money. Now it's going to think a little bit about the implementation. This will probably take a little bit. I'll create a profile page with account management features and update the navigation bar to include a profile button instead of logout. So this will take a little bit. So we're going to take a look how this looks once it's done. So now Lovable beautifully created the profile page with the current email, the new email, so we can update the email. We can see the privacy policy, which we don't have. We can do a logout, and we can delete the account, which the delete account should be way nicer. This modal looks absolutely terrible. So we'll improve this. Let's say make the delete account modal a drawer so it looks more native. Okay, say that. I want it to be a drawer. It's going to improve the UI. But then I can go on cancel. You need to allow people to delete the account if you're building an application for the App Store, because this is what the App Store mandates. You need to allow people to delete the account and delete all attached data. So if I go on there, it's now deleted my account. There you go. That's how simple that can be. So now we can, continue and create a new account. So I can do hey at Despia.com, and then do password hello 123, and now welcome back. I mean, we need to then implement actually the functionality to really delete the account. I think it's just nice UI for now, but we got some great stuff going on, and nice little, look at this animated nice switch. So we got some cool stuff: make public, make private, share with the community. Very cute stuff inside of here. I think lots of parents and grandparents will really enjoy this application to spend some quality time with their children or grandchildren. Great application. And there you go. And now the delete account modal is a beautiful drawer. It's just way nicer as a mobile experience. There you go. Now we can update and publish this. So now it's published. Let's open the application. We got the nice splash screen with a nice hippo. There you go. Now we're in. Now, it seemed like it got rid of the get started button, so I don't know how I would log into this. There's always something with AI. There's always something. Let's see. How about we add the get started button again on the onboarding page? That would be a good idea. I don't know how, just imagine an app like this where you have this beautiful landing page, this beautiful high converting funnel. They were like, wow, I want to start. And then you just don't have a way for them to sign up. This is going to be a great experience. Tool used, the gets part is already on the page. I'm not seeing it on the page. Let's see. It doesn't have it. Slash does not have it.
You are wrong.
Slash does not have it. At least we can't see it. Maybe it thought it would be a good idea making it display none. We don't know. It's AI. Sometimes a little bit interesting. So always test on a real device, and make sure it's all, you're right. Let me check the current state of the onboarding page. I think it'll say you're absolutely right in no time. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm always absolutely right. AI always says that to me. The button is in the code, but may not be rendered properly due to fixed position conflicting with the page structure. Makes sense. Let's try it out. Need to log out to see that, though. Error signing out. Okay, so
Let's just update this and try it on the app then, because we're not logged in on the app. Fingers crossed it works this time. Okay, there you go. Now let's open the application. And now we have our Get Started button. Look at this beautiful animation. Look at this. Doesn't this look great? I can now continue with email. I can log in, hey@despia.com. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Let's continue. Now I'm in the application. Let's look at that. I got my beautiful animations here. Just look at this, how great this looks and feels. This feels really nice. Very beautiful application. Just look at this attention to detail that we have added in our application. This is what makes our application different from every other application out there. And then we have this beautiful Apple-like animation for like the swiping here of the modes. Right, we can record our voice. You got the native voice recorder. Hello, I'm recording my voice. Okay, now it does fail to send them to the server because obviously we don't have the AI set up to do that, but I can live with that. Let's do flower. Let's see if the generations work. Let's make it public. Color this page. I don't know if it's already working. We'll see if it's working, right? It should take 5 to 10 seconds, maybe 20 seconds to generate it. And yeah, it just now, wow, it's beautiful. It's public. So you now have a creation of a flower. Now I should be able to click it and be able to print it and all that kind of stuff. And it's on my gallery and I can upvote it and then I can print it, which the print doesn't obviously work yet because we don't have the native functionality for printing linked yet. But this application looks really good. And I'm already the winner because I'm the only one on there. And then I got my profile page. I mean, this is a great application. So we may want to have some skeleton loaders if there's nothing loaded yet, right? So we can improve this. But yeah, this is great. And then we can upload a photo. And we have already the native file uploader set up. So we can make a photo of something. Let's... what do I have laying around? I do have a $100 bill laying around here. So let's make we can scan it professionally. Let's allow that. Okay, let's make a drawable $100 bill then. There you go. And let's save that. Now it's uploaded. Let's color this page so we can color a $100 bill. There you go. So now it's uploaded. Curious if it will actually do this, if the AI will flag it as inappropriate. No. And it just, I assumed it would refuse to create that. So what it did is it just created a, like a scene view kind of situation. Didn't do a $100 bill because I don't think AI is allowed to do that. But there you go, pretty cool. And then we're going to add the native print support to it. So the core of the application is good enough so we can start implementing paywalls and payments and all that kind of stuff. And then, of course, we're going to touch it up, make it better, make it smooth, make it a great, even better user experience. But now let's start with the payments and let's start making some money and registering the products with RevenueCat and the App Store Connect. So let's get started with the in-app purchase setup. So first of all, we need to go to the App Store Connect. This is where we will create our subscriptions so that we can make recurring revenue. We will now go to our app section inside of here. And now we are opening our app. In my example, Kids Color Fun, AI coloring app. And then on the left side panel here, we will scroll down and we will find monetization, right? Under monetization, we are going to go to in-app purchases. And then we're going to be able to create an one-time in-app purchase. Now, if you don't want a one-time in-app purchase and you want to sell a subscription, you can do a subscription. So you have two options. One-time purchases, meaning they will purchase it one time, or subscriptions. It's like a monthly, a weekly, an annual, a quarterly plan. Now, in this example, because we're trying to make recurring revenue here, and
our business model, to be honest, is really dependent on people starting to subscribe and forgetting about it. We're going to create a subscription. So in order to create a subscription, we click on subscriptions, and now we will create a subscription group. Let's call this Pro Access, so the users that have Pro Access. Let's create the subscription group. And now we have our Pro Access subscription group. Now we need subscriptions for that group. I will create 2 of them, a weekly one and a yearly one. So let's create the first one. This one will be called Weekly. The product ID will be Weekly, and then Kids Coloring. What was the name of the app again? I forgot it. Kids Coloring Fun. So KCF. It's not KFC, it's KCF. There you go. Kids Coloring Fun. Okay, let's create. That's Weekly KCF. And then the subscription duration will be 1 week because it's weekly. The availability will be available for all countries. And then add subscription price. We will add one. And I'll make this, I'll do $2.99 a week, or let's do $3.99 a week. That is fair, right? Okay, let's go on next. Confirm. There you go, $3.99 a week. That's reasonable. Okay, now we don't need to add localization. That is optional. And then when you're actually sending it to review, you want to put some review notes and a screenshot in there of what it is that they're going to get access to. But in this video, I'm just going to skip that. You do not need that unless you're ready to push it to the actual app review. So now we have this saved. There you go. Now we have the subscription created. Now I'm just going to add a yearly one as well. So yearly, and I'm going to call this Yearly Kids Coloring Fun. There you go. Let's create the yearly one. And the yearly will be subscription duration. We're going to select 1 year. And then availability, we're going to make it available in all countries. And then subscription price, I will make it $29 a year. There you go. Now I'm going to go on next. Next. Confirm. There you go. So the yearly one has to be a no-brainer. There you go. Now we're going to save this, and now we have this created. And now we're good to go. We can now go back to subscriptions, and now they're both created. So now we can go back into RevenueCat. We can go on Product Catalog. We can go on Products. And now we have our Kids Coloring Fun App Store in here. We're going to import them. And now we're just going to select all of them. Let's import. And there you go. Now we have those created. Now we need to create an entitlement. The entitlement is the access that a user has. So in this example, we have no entitlement, meaning no access, or the entitlement Pro Access, which gives them unlimited access to the generations in our application. So this is kind of like the access group that a user has. So let's create a new entitlement, Pro Access, and let's say Pro Access. That's a display name. Let's add that. So now we have the entitlement Pro Access created. So now I go into the products and I will attach the entitlements here. So on the App Store, I will attach the Pro Access entitlement to both of the plans because both of the plans grant the same access. They're just different payment plans in there. So now we have this created here. So now we're going to create an offering. So we can create a paywall for this. So let's create an offering. Let's go to Offerings, New Offering. And now the identifier will be default. I'm just going to call this default. The display name will be default. And then we're going to add some packages. So let's add a package here. Okay, the first identifier will be weekly. And then I'm just going to call this weekly. And then let's close that. Let's add the weekly product here. Let's add another package. Let's make this annually. Let's call this yearly.
And then this will be the yearly package, right? So we have those packages from the store linked. Let's save this. And there you go. Now we have this created.
So now we can go to paywalls here. We can create a new paywall, and we're just going to select the default offering. Let's add that one. Now we're getting some nice templates for paywalls. So now we need to find one that actually matches our application. So our interface is orange. So let's see, maybe do we have already something orange in here? I mean, that's kind of it, but we'll see. This also looks nice, but then unlock free plan, that's kind of a little bit too off. Let's see. Which one looks the best for our example? I kind of like this one. It's just we need to change a little bit of the colors, which I don't really want to do. I just want a simple one. I do like the orange one because our app is already kind of orange. So, and it has, it doesn't have two plans to choose from. So let's help us here. We have tiers, only one tier, and then purchase method is in-app purchase, and then we have more than one. So we have two tiers. Let's see. This is kind of cute, but let's see. Annual, monthly. I think we probably just take. Let's take this one here, and then we're just going to customize the colors. I think that's good. So then we're just going to continue with just replacing the app icon. So let's replace the app icon here. I think I still have our app icon. Let's drag that inside of here. And it won't let me, please, that does not match the, oh, yeah, I can do a GIF. I need a PNG. Let's upload that. Okay, let's select this and let's add that. And now we have our icon uploaded. So I need to make it a little bit custom. So corner radius will do 25. So now you see we have the nice app icon here. So I think we have kind of like a shadow on it, right? So this shadow, we need to make it orange. So let's make it kind of orange here. So it matches our theme, right? There you go. Unlock all our premium features. Let's improve this text. Let's say, get access to unlimited AI coloring book, AI coloring print outs, and generations to finally get off some screen time. Okay, screen time. Okay, and now to make this sound good, I'm going to use Apple Intelligence to just make this more friendly. There you go. Let's replace this. Tired of staring at screens. Unleash. Yeah, we can get rid of that. It's as bad as AI can get. Unleash your creativity with unlimited. We'll make this bold with unlimited AI coloring printouts and generations. Let's highlight that. And we're going to add some inappropriate capitalization for the text that should stand out. There you go. Take a break from the digital world and let your imagination run wild. I think that's plenty of stuff to say for just a demo paywall. So I think we're good on that. Now the color needs to be changed. So the color I want in here should be kind of an orange-ish. Let's just make sure to copy the hex so we have that and we can use it in different places. So in here, this is the default one. We also need to add a selected color, I think. Let's actually ask Lovable, what is the orange hex code that we use, right? What is the orange hex code that we use. I'm going to just ask this in chat mode, and then let's see if it will be able to help us understand that in our application. Let's see if Lovable can help us with that. Okay, primary, and this is the hex code. Perfect. So now we can go to RevenueCat paywalls, and we can adjust, the paywall to match this theme. So we need to do quite a bit of replacements for the color. So let's paste them all in here. Let's go with this one, and let's paste this one in here. We got to go through some elements. When I click on here in the stack, right, with the discount, we have the color here, but unselected, we need to adjust the color as well. There you go. So I want the discount to always be highlighted because it's important that we show the discount, right? So this should be good. So now we have all of this set up here. So we have this plan here, and here we have this icon. Okay, this seems to be fine because we don't have the selected one in there. So the annual one is up here. Now on here, we need to replace the color as well, so it matches nicely. And then we can just easily do this with their visual editors. So it's a little bit like WordPress or Webflow or Bubble kind of like. So it's very nice, very convenient to do. So let's replace this here, go on this one here, and I'm just going to go on here on solid, and I'm just going to paste this inside of here. There you go. Now we have our beautiful custom paywall here. Then you can obviously adjust them. So now we need to link those packages. So you see how it says package here? This is the annual one. So we just select our RC annual one. And then on this package here, we're going to select the RC weekly. So now it adjusts it. And now this should all work perfectly with our paywall. So our paywall is all set up. Now we need to adjust, obviously, what it includes. So in here, we're going to add unlimited AI coloring, AI generations. Okay, actually, let's do following. Let's go to Claude in the chat that we had before. For my paywall, give me 5 key value props with a short heading and a one-liner about the feature. A one-liner about the feature. So let's just have AI do that for us so we don't have to be too creative today. So in here, unlimited creations, print perfect quality. This is great. Yeah, it's exactly what I need for this app. So unlimited creations, generate as many pages as you want, no daily limits, no waiting, unlimited creativity for your family. That's great. Who doesn't want that? And then just get rid of all the M slashes so nobody knows you're using AI. And then we're going to do print perfect quality. We're going to put this in here. Print perfect quality. I'm going to do get high quality coloring pages optimized for crisp, professional, perfect. We'll paste this inside of here. And then we're going to take the next value proposition, bulk page creator, generate entire coloring books at once. No, we don't have that feature actually. So library print storage. Yes, we do have that feature. So don't just mindlessly paste stuff from AI. You want to make sure it's correct. Otherwise you get chargebacks. You say, I thought I can just build full coloring books and put them up on Amazon. What's happening here? And always remove the M slashes because otherwise people know you're using AI. And then priority generation, skip the queue and generate. I mean, you can generate anything if you don't pay with our tools. So we don't need to highlight that. So in here, we can remove this feature card, and then we can also remove the last feature card. And then we can remove the divider. We do not need that because it's the last one. There you go. So now we have this beautiful paywall. And the paywall should do the product price per week. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to go product price per week. And I'm doing week. There you go. Product price per week. This will be $1.35 per week, but it's cheaper than that. So this is just the demo data. So I think we got a great paywall here. Restore purchases. I'm not going to do that because we're going to have users log in. So that's kind of like our way of restoring them. But we're going to go to the button here, and this button will do a navigate back. And then I'm just going to make a button close paywall, because sometimes people don't know how to close it. Close this paywall, or let's call it go back to application. Go back to app. Yeah, go back to app. And now we can save this as a draft. And now we can, publish the paywall. We'll check this box. And now our paywall is live. There you go. So now we can close the paywall editor and our paywall is ready. Now we can implement this into our application and charge our users. So let's take a look at this right now. So in order to get our paywall all successfully set up, let's take a look at lovable.despia.com. And now let's go on RevenueCat paywalls. Inside of here, we'll find a video, resources, and the battle-tested Lovable prompt on how to implement the paywall. So I'm going to copy this prompt here, just like this, the entire thing. And now let's go into Lovable and let's say, implement a RC paywall for the offering. And now, which offering do we need? Remember, our offering was called default. If we go to product catalog, we look at offerings, our offering is called default. So we're going to go back to Lovable. I'm going to say default, right? For the offering default. Follow these docs. And I'm going to say add webhook support for purchase for all RC events, such as product change, etc. Just make sure to highlight that out. Sometimes it's important to just highlight it out and not just paste the prompt, even though it's in there. So now let's send this to Lovable, and now this will implement the paywall. Now, it will not implement it like immediately in here. This is something that will fine-tune once it has implemented it, but this will take a little bit. It's now doing a little bit of a server setup. It's doing a little bit of a front-end setup for this. So just let it sit for a little bit, and then we'll look at this again. Again, it's now working on the database. This can take a couple of minutes, maybe 5, 10, 12, something like this. So we're just going to let it sit for a little bit, and then we'll take a look at this together. So now Lovable may be asking us for the RevenueCat webhook authorization token. Where the heck do we get that? We actually are not getting it from anywhere. We have to generate it. So there is a beautiful website, uuidgenerator.net. You go on there, you get a random ID, you copy that ID, and now that ID is your webhook authorization token. So let's paste this inside of here. Let's submit it, and now it creates the webhook. And then this will now take a little bit. This is a thing that will take a couple of minutes, and then we'll get a URL back from Lovable that we're going to, then integrate with RevenueCat. As you can see, it's already generating, all the code. It's installing the Despia native NPM package, so we get all the native functionalities installed. This will take a little bit, so I'll let it sit, and I'll let you know how this looks once it's done. So now it implemented the webhook implementation. But there is an important thing that we need to consider. We need to consider the entitlements. So let's take a look at this. we can now go back into RevenueCat, look at our entitlements. This Pro Access entitlement is the thing that if it's added to the user, this will tell us that the user has Pro Access, has the access to use those features. We need to copy that, and then we go into Lovable, and we say following. Let's say the entitlement that users get if they are on the Pro plan is Pro Access. This is very important. And now I need to reference some data to it because it will never get it correct because it's AI. So let's go back into the documentation from Despia for RevenueCat. And we're now going to look at the webhook event types and fields, right? And now I can go to sample events here. So now you see the initial purchase. And if I go on show more, you see that we have the entitlement somewhere in here. You see entitlement IDs, right? Let's copy this payload here. And now I'm going to say, this is an example how the webhooks would show you the entitlements. Okay, and we'll paste this here. No, I did not mean to close that. Oh, how do I get back? Okay, there you go. And then we'll paste this. Always attach data. When you're working with important things where you need to get the data right and the parsing has to be correct, meaning finding it in the right place of this whole structure thing, that's going on here, this whole structure, copy the thing so it knows I need to do .event, .entitlement IDs, .0 to get the ID that the user has, right? So this will give it the structure because now it says, oh, I didn't know that this is what's going on here. I need to rebuild it a little bit, right? Could happen in some cases. I'll update the webhook handler to track entitlement and check for Pro Access. Let me add an entitlement column and update the logic so it improves the database, updates the logic to make sure that this all works correctly. That's very important. I can't emphasize this enough. But now, while this is doing it, if we scroll up a little bit more, we see that it now gave us the webhook URL. So we need to set this up in RevenueCat, in the RevenueCat dashboard. So let's copy this link here. And now we're going to go into RevenueCat. We're going to go into integrations. We go on webhooks. And now we will add a new webhook. We'll call this Lovable. I'll paste the webhook URL in here and remember our random ID. I will copy the random ID. There you go. And now I'm going to go back to RevenueCat. I'll paste this in the header. This is the header. There you go. And now sometimes we need to put in here bearer. So we just need to tell it to make sure to have it work with bearer and without bearer for the webhook header validation. Now we do both sandbox and production. We'll do all apps and all events. Let's add the webhook. And now this is integrated. There you go. Now I'm going to scroll down. This is now applied it. This is great. Let's say make sure that the webhook headers can be validated with bearer and without. Very important because by default it wants to do bearer, but in this example we didn't add bearer, so we need to make sure that this all works correctly. Also, when I click on stuff here, you see those ugly toasts. I'm not a fan of them. I want to get rid of all toasts on my application and replace them with dialogues, or not dialogues. I would replace, or actually with dialogues, I would say. So let's say I want to get rid of all toasts on my app. Actually, I don't want to replace them with anything at all because I'm not a fan of those indications. I want to get rid of all toasts on my app and replace them with haptic feedback. Okay, and now I'm going to go into the Despia documentation, lovable.despia.com, remember that? And we're going to go to haptic feedback. and I'm going to copy the prompt for haptic feedback. So I'm just going to copy this one here. There you go. And I'm going to paste this one right inside of here. Let's send this. So this is just like a more user-friendly approach, more best practices in handling those on a native level, right? It's going to feel better. I'll replace AUTH with haptic feedback using Despia's haptic patterns. Let me search for AUTH usage and create a haptic utility. There you go. So now it's going to implement this. Now, in the meantime, while it does that, we can actually publish this already, and we can test if the paywalls are at least popping up. We're not going to test them yet. I want to make sure that our progress is a little bit further than it is right now. But let's get this tested. Let me just share my screen with you here, and we're just going to take a look at this. So it should be coming through now. So now let's try opening the application, and let's see if the RevenueCat paywalls are opening up. There you go. Look at this beauty. I got the native RevenueCat paywalls going on in my application now. How cool is that? How cool is that? And I can go and continue, right? And now it's doing the native in-app purchase and all that kind of stuff. Isn't this amazing? We already have native functionalities in just a couple of minutes, and it was actually super simple to set up with Despia and Lovable. So now we're making great progress here. It's fantastic. Okay, so now it's going to adjust the haptic feedback so it all feels nice. So we're just going to let it do that. And this will probably take a little bit. So how about we'll just make a pause and, well, actually now it's done. Let's see. This looks good. Let's make sure the code is actually correct. Yeah, this looks good. It created actually a utility thing to call them, even though it doesn't really make sense, but it's completely fine. It tries to save the imports that it's doing to be a little bit more efficient. So let's publish this. Let's publish anyway. And I will be telling you if it works. You got to trust me with this, though. You got to trust me a little bit. I'll tell you if it's working or not. Also, I think we can close Excel Draw now, and we can close Lovable, and we can close the UUID generator. Let's just take a look at the application. Okay, just open it now. And let's see if we get some haptic feedback. So, not getting any haptic feedback. I don't think it added it. I only think it added it when there is an error. Or did we publish successfully? Yeah, we did. So let's say buttons, etc. should also have haptic feedback. Buttons, etc. should also have haptic feedback. There you go. Let's see. Because right now I'm just clicking on buttons and seeing if it works. I'll add haptic feedback to all buttons and interactive elements throughout the app. Let me update the key components. Now this will take a little bit, so we'll make a little break till this is done. So now everything seems to be set up correctly. We're logged into the application. We do have haptic feedback. Let's try this out. Let me share my screen here with you, and we'll see. Very nice. And it absolutely does not have haptic feedback. I'm not going to lie to you. It doesn't work at all. So, I don't know. It just screwed that up. Let's say the haptic feedback does not work at all. Use the Despia functions directly as the docs suggest. There you go. It has an issue getting to understand how this actually works. So let's go in here and we'll paste this inside of here. Let's go into the chat mode so it can reason why it screwed this up. Because, or maybe, see, is my phone on like muted or something? No, it doesn't have any haptic feedback at all. Could be maybe like a setting on my phone, but I don't think so. But I mean, it's not too important right now. I can see the issue looking at your current implementation. The code is correctly calling the Despia function. But you're experiencing issues. Let me investigate. I can see the issue now, but the Despia SDK specifically says to use Despia function directly. The wrapper might be causing the haptics to not trigger properly. Yes, we need to call Despia haptic, and not haptic.light. That is made up stuff that doesn't exist. Instead, use Despia light haptic. Yes, this sounds like a good plan. Let's implement the plan. Now, I'm not too really interested in this being implemented correctly with the haptic yet. This is nice. We still need it at some point. My main concern is in-app purchases and that they are working. So let's view plans. Let's do the weekly one. Let's go on continue and let's try subscribing to this, right? Okay, we're all set now. Will we get this access? Will it confirm the access? Yes, it's successful. It works. You see premium subscription active. We can see when it renews. How cool is that? Renews on, the date is absolutely wrong. But it does work. And also, my screen is getting frozen because it's Lovable. I think we have some memory issues in here. So, might as well need to just switch tabs temporarily. Okay, better. Lovable is very memory intensive. It's just eating everything. But yeah, there you go. Now we can generate. We're on the Pro plan here. And we're in. It works. That's cool. I thought this would be more to fight with, because usually it's a pain getting this to work. So it does work. That's great. So I got good news. It implemented haptic feedback, and it is beautifully working. Now, I don't know if you can hear it, but let me hold this into the microphone. Can you hear it? I don't know. But it does work. So we do have haptic feedback, so this is working great, but this is not too important for me right now. Now comes the important thing. It's the continue with Google, continue with Apple, and continue with email. That is the most important thing. So how about we start with the continue with Google? Now, if you're using Supabase, you will set this up with Supabase. If you do this with Lovable Cloud, you will set it up with Lovable Cloud. It is the same process. Lovable Cloud is just a white label of Supabase. So the same principles that we're going to set up here in Lovable Cloud will also apply to Supabase. So let's set this up now. So we would go into our user section here of either Supabase or Lovable Cloud, and then we're going to go to auth settings, and then you see Google, right? And you're just going to click on here. Now we enable sign in with Google. Very simple. Now we need a Google Client ID. Where the heck do we get that? We get this from going to console.cloud.google.com, right? And then we're now going to create a new OAuth client. So you may already have one. I'm doing this on an existing project because there's a limit of how many projects you can have. But you're going to go on the sidebar here in Google Cloud on your project, and you go to API and services, and then you go to credentials. So you would essentially create a credential inside of here. Now, if you have not created an OAuth consent screen yet, you would go on OAuth consent screen here, and you would go through the process. Now, I already have one, but it's pretty self-explanatory. The only thing that it asks is like, what's your app name and what's your branding and some of this kind of stuff. So you will just fill that out. I sadly can't show you how to do that. It's like, it's so simple. Let me walk you through that visually, because I already reached my limit of how many projects I can have in Google Cloud. But here's what it will ask you. It will ask you, are you doing what the type of application that you're building? You will select web application. I know there's iOS, there's Android. No. You're going to do web application. And then you enter your application name. You enter your support URL for your customer support. You enter your email and all that kind of stuff. And then you click on save, and then you would be at the screen right here. And then you go to credentials, and then, you have your consent screen set up. So now let's create a credential. So for the credential, we're going to do a client ID, OAuth client ID inside of here. And then we go application type. It will ask us some of the questions again. Web application, and I'm going to call this kids, color, fun. And then we need to do authorized redirect URIs. So where do we get that? We get this from Supabase/Lovable Cloud. So if we scroll all the way down here, we see this callback URL. So we're going to copy this one, and we're going to put this one inside of here. There you go. And then we're going to go on create. That's about it. And now it creates a client ID and the client secret. So we copy the client ID. We're going to go to Lovable Cloud and enable this and paste the client ID inside of here. We go back to Google. We copy the client secret. And we're going to paste the client secret inside of here. Now we're going to save. And that's it. Now it's going to save it. And there you go. Now we have login with Google enabled. So now in our web application, if we're going to open this and we go on get started and we click on continue with Google, Google login should perfectly work. Let's test this out. There you go. We're in and we're logged in with Google. There you go. So this works perfectly. Now there are a couple of things that we want to do because this also needs to work on the mobile application. Now for the mobile application, there is a different setup needed. So for the mobile application, it's a little bit of a process that we need to do. So I want to tell Lovable, create a page called /callback/iOS. Let's do callback/Google/iOS. That just shows this loader. And now I'm going to look. Oh no, actually that just shows a loader. We can just do that, just shows a minimal loader. Shows a minimal loader. Perfect. So I'm just going to create a page. There is some linking that needs to happen with those pages. So we're just going to set this up. It's going to be a little bit of a process, but it'll be fine. So because we need to make sure that the login with Google actually works on the iPhone as well, where it will work perfectly on Google. We'll do that in the next video with associated domains, but Apple is a little bit specific in how it handles the OAuth sessions on native apps. So let me actually give you a little demo how it works and looks right now, because you will see the problem that we're facing now from having login with Google, right? So we created this page in here. Look at the page. It should just be a normal page with a loader. There you go, completing sign-in. And it already gets the drill. It already knows what's happening. So inside of here, let me share this with you. So we have login with Google added, so let's just publish this. I just want to show you very quickly how this has to work, or how this is working in this example here. So let's wait, this is updated, and this is what's going wrong, right? So let's open the app, beautiful cute hippo, and I gotta log out here, right? So let's log out. Okay, and now if I go and continue with Google, you see how it just opens the Google login in the core web view. We do not want that to happen. That's a very bad experience. So what we want is we want this to, open naturally. We want this to open, in an in-app browser with a proper OAuth experience, with a proper flow. So how do we get this to set it up correctly? There are a few steps, and I want to draw it out for you so you understand how it works. So we're going to go to Excel Draw again. It's my favorite for illustrating how stuff works. So delete everything here. Let's clear everything. Let me show you how OAuth works normally first. So normally in here, you have the web app, right? This is what OAuth is, social login, right? So that's probably an easier way to understand that. So we have the web app, right? So let's select this. Okay. And then we go to, the provider. So we go to the provider. right? Like this. And then the provider does a handshake and it creates a token, right? So the provider now creates a token. So let's say in here, the provider creates a token, creates the token here. So this will be the token. Okay, and then this token will be sent back to our web app, and then this will be used to get the user email, get certain users' parameters, and log the user in. This is how it works for web apps and Android, actually. So we do web app plus Android. This is how they work. Now, as always, Apple is always a little bit different. So this is how it works for iOS apps. So for native iOS apps, how it works is you do have a similar system. So let's copy this over. So you do have you wouldn't have your web app, right? You would have your native app. You have your native app. It goes to your provider, but then this part gets removed. Your provider then also, again, as before here, creates the token. So we're going to put the token in here. It creates the token. It issues the token. But then it's a little bit of a different process. The token goes back to an intermediate. The token goes to your web application, actually. So we go in here, web app, it goes back to your web app, and then your web app creates its own token, and that leads back into the native app. So compared to web app and Android, this piece here is iOS only. So this is iOS only, and this piece obviously is missing in here. So this is a piece that is added when we're doing this for iOS. So this is just something to consider. So in order to actually open the provider correctly, we also need to make sure that the provider opens in an in-app browser, which is different than just opening a URL. You need to make sure that the in-app browser opens the provider correctly. So there are two things that we need to make sure. If we are on native iOS, we need to have this web app intermediate, and we need to have the provider. So for this web app intermediate, we already have this callback intermediate page. And then for opening the URL correctly, we're just going to use window open. So if we go back to lovable.despia.com, we will find resources on external link handling. Well, you can use external link handling to open Stripe correctly, like illustrated in the video here. You can also use it to open the OAUTH providers correctly. So you will use window.openURL, an important underscore blank. So, and you do this if the user agent includes iOS or Android, because Despia gives you a custom user agent. So let's say when we are on native iOS here, right, the user agent for Despia, let's zoom in a little bit, will be Despia iPhone or Despia iPad, right? That will be the user agent for those. Okay, let's make that blue. That will be the user agent. Where for Android, if it's native Android through Despia, the user agent will be Despia Android, right? User agent Despia Android, user agent Despia iPhone or Despia iPad. Those are the user agents. And then of course in web there wouldn't be a user agent because you wouldn't be running Despia. But that's just something to consider for the prompt. So I'm going to say in the prompt, if the user agent string includes Despia and iPhone or iPad, open the login with Google using, no, that's wrong. Let's go and copy that from here. And let's paste that using window open URL blank. Important is to use underscore blank. That is very important. So if we're in Despia and iPhone or iPad, we're going to, on the login screen, open Google login using _blank. So it opens it in the native in-app browser and not in the entirety of the application. So let's send this so that we can have this implemented. And it's going to be very simple, actually. So now Lovable will set this up. We'll let it set for a bit. And then when it's done, we'll test it on our phone. So now let's check this out. I just uninstalled the application, installed it again. I also published this in Lovable to make sure that we get a fresh start, especially when it's about deep links. You always want to make sure that that's all set up correctly if you have them enabled. But you don't have to worry about that if you don't understand what I just mentioned. So let's get started here. Nice animations as always. If you like nice animations, make sure to subscribe to this YouTube channel. Let's go and continue with Google, and look at that. We got the native in-app browser, even with, passkey support running right inside of here. You can exit it, go back to your application, and then you have the Safari view controller now opening from the side. We're going to add a feature so you can say, oh, I want it to come from the bottom or from the side. There are two versions that you can choose from. Right now, we default for you coming from the side. But there you go. Now you open those OAuth providers in its own browser environment that's safe and secure to use. Check this out. How cool is that? You can close that now. There you go. So now there's some other stuff that we need to set up, because let me show you why. If I'm now going to go continue with Google and I'm going to sign in with my passkey, you couldn't sign in. Try using a different browser. Your browser I might not be secure. It runs in the view controller. Shouldn't have any issue. Let's try this again. It's probably because I opened it 50 times. Google is always a little bit freaky when it comes to that. Let's open this again. There you go. There you go. Now I'm logged in. And now you see the problem is it opens our application, but it doesn't exit the in-app browser. It is now going to completing sign-in, which is fine that it uses that as a fallback page. But now this fallback page actually has to do the fallback. So there's a little bit of a setup that we need to do for this to work correctly. So let's set it up, right? So here's what we need to do. Let's say when the user agent includes Despia and iPhone or iPad user agent, iPhone or iPad, do this. Block Supabase auto redirect /URL open. We will open it manually via the _blank, which we already do, right? As we already do. I'm just mentioning this again because AI is really good at having dementia. So Supabase, right? Okay, perfect. Then I'm going to say set the redirect URL to, and then we copy the callback page, right? To host name plus, so we do https:// plus host name, so the one that we're currently on. So I'm just going to do current host name, so it's dynamic, current host name, callback Google iOS. There you go. Okay, perfect. Then on the callback iOS page, get the Google token and exchange it for a session token from Supabase /Lovable cloud, and then open this token via the deep link. Okay, now I'm going to give it the deep link. Now, where do I get the deep link? If you go to your Despia project, you will find the deep link. So now let's open Despia here. And now we just go on publish app for our app. And as you can see, we will find the deep link inside of here. So I'm just going to copy this deep link here. And then I'm going to paste the deep link inside of here. And I'm going to do $link equals. And now I'm going to get, the link of the callback. Or actually in this example, not the callback page, on the page that would set it, it would likely be the authentication page. So our authentication page is, let's get the path. If we get started, our page is /auth. So it would be HTTPS plus current host name plus auth. So we would go to the link equals HTTPS:// right? HTTPS:// plus current host name, that's the URL we're currently on, so it also works on your custom domain and your test domain, plus /auth, and then we do access_token equals session token. So it injects it. This deep link will close the in-app browser, and then the link parameter will open this link in the application to then set the cookie in the application. Keep in mind that in Despia, on my application, if I go to add-ons, under web app synchronization, we have it turned off, so it will work. If you have turned it on and built your application and used that version, and you have not added the associated domains file, the Apple site association file yet on your page, your deep links will fail and your application will crash because the incomplete associated domains, the incomplete web app synchronization is blocking the built-in deep links from working. So make sure to have it off if you have not added the file yet. So far, we're not using associated domains, so there's no reason to have it on yet, right? So you can just keep that off if you're just following this video one-to-one. But there you go. Now, this is essentially the workflow that we need to set it up. Now, I want to make sure, keep the regular web-based auth flow for non-Despia iOS user agents, such as Safari, Web, etc. Anything not Despia plus iPhone or Android. Okay, and now we're going to send that. That's the winning prompt right there. Okay, now this will take a little bit. It's creating a server function, multiple pages. So we'll just let this sit and then we'll take a look at it once it's done. So it just finished building, and here's what we need to do. I already updated it and I already tested it. And there is a common mistake that it always loves to make. And this is determining the user agent on the callback page rather than treating everything on the callback page as being the user agent through the native iOS. Let me explain. So let me share my screen here. If I go on Get Started and I continue with Google, it opens the in-app tab. But here's the problem that's happening. We're now being logged in, but we're already being redirected to our app in the in-app browser. Now, the problem of that is because it runs the user agent check on the callback page. I need to tell following to it. The callback page is only for iOS Despia devices. So there cannot be a user agent check on that, as it will only provide the bridge to access out of the in-app browser that we open with _blank. There you go. And now I'm going to send this to Lovable. So this page here, callback Apple iOS, as it mentions, right, will not have any user agent checks. The user agent checks need to happen before that, while we're still in the application, in the native application. And then this page will automatically treat it to open the deep link rather than just doing a redirect. So now it will say remove the user agent check. The callback now assumes that all traffic is from Despia iOS devices on this specific page. Let's publish this. And now the social login should work. It should close the in-app tab and it should open this in our application and set the cookie right inside of there. So let's hope this works. Let's see. I am optimistic about that. So let's see, it's updated. So let's open the application and let's check this out. So we're going to get started. Continue with Google, opens the in-app browser. How cool is that? And now it closes the application and crashes. Now, a likely reason why it's crashing is because of the missingness of associated domains, or it just takes a little bit for it to work. Now, before I assume anything with this implementation, I want to make sure, can you make sure that the deep link is opened via window.location.href. Okay, let's make sure that this is set. This would be the one how we would open it. So if you do like a window open, the in-app browsers don't necessarily handle those well. And that's outside of Despia's control because that's the Safari browser. But because it's already opening it like this, I don't think it's even opening an invalid deep link. I think the problem is the application itself. So let me show with you how you can figure out if you're going insane or if you're actually having something that's broken in there. So let's remove this application here. We'll delete it, right? And now we go back into test flight. And now I'm going to get the application here and I'm going to install it again. Now I'm going to try this again and see if this works. If this works, it could be that there's still the associated domains going in between there. And then that just means we have to set up associated domains. Let's just allow all the stuff. Let's get started here. And let's continue with Google. Right, there you go. And now I'm going to log in with that. Let's see. And now, as you can see, it does work. The problem is because the associated domains are interfering with it. Now, it doesn't log the user in because we're obviously on the session, so that's something we need to investigate. So let's do following. On the login page, I want to do following. I want to say, when we go to the login page with the access token parameter, please get it and set the cookie and log in the user and open the app. Right, log in the user parameter. There you go. Perfect. So most of the times when it crashes in test flight, it's because you're testing crazy and all that kind of stuff. It shouldn't crash on production. It shouldn't crash. The only reason why it is possibly crashing is because we do not have associated domains set up yet. And that is something that we probably want to do for best practices. So there's no pending deep link registration because our bundle IDs include associated domains. So let's have this set up correctly. So we're actually validating the authentication. Now this will set this all up on the back end and all that kind of stuff. So this may take a little bit. So actually, it's already done. Perfect. So let's see if this now logs in the user. Let's update this and let's check this out. And then let's also test if it still works on the web version, right? So let me get that over here. There you go. Perfect. So let's look at this. Let's share my screen. There you go. Let's get started. Continue with Google. And it does crash. I think we need to set up associated domains. That is going to be the problem because otherwise we always have to delete the application and then start again, which is not a good experience for testing. So we need to set up associated domains because the deep linking needs to be complete, even though we have the schemes. Having both of them and having one kind of like not fully set up can cause issues. So let's do allow. Okay, let's get started. Here. Continue with Google. Perfect. Let's use the passkey. Let's see, this should work this time, at least the first time. Okay. Now we should be logged in. We're not logged in here, but we should be logged in. So it doesn't work. So let's say add a text area to the login page with the current URL plus copy button for it, because we want to debug this, right? So let's test this. And then while this is doing it, because I want to make sure that we have it set up correctly, let's integrate with associated domains so we do not have those issues anymore when it comes to, the deep link situation going on here. So what we're going to do is we are now going to go into Despia and we're going to open web app synchronization and we're going to turn this on. You can find this under add-ons, hard-coded web app synchronization. Now I'm going to go on Apple iOS, right? We go on Publish App, and I'm just going to rebuild the app. Now it's going to build a new version of the application using associated domains, deep links. And then what I'm going to do is I now need my development team ID, so you can just click on your development team here and you can actually get it from Despia now. And now we're going to look at deep linking here. And I'm going to now copy this here from our documentation. This is for iOS here. You can get it from lovable.despia.com. You will paste this in here and I will say bundle ID. And I'm going to put my bundle ID in here so I can get that from Despia. Let's copy the bundle ID. Right, I'm going to put this into Lovable and then I'm going to do team ID and I'm going to go back into Despia. I can get the team ID from here actually. So let's click on here and copy the team ID. Make sure your team still is selected. And now I'm going to go into Lovable and paste the team ID in here. So it will replace those values. Now let's send this. So we need to set up the Apple site association file. And now this will then solve most of our deep linking issues because our application does have the capabilities. So sometimes those things can interfere, especially when you are in a test flight environment, right? And you have it downloaded through test flight, that can cause some issues. So let's make sure that we validate this correctly and set up the Apple site association correctly, which we do now have. Now this is hosted. So now we're going to publish the app. We'll update. It can take sometimes up to 20 minutes to an hour for this to be properly working with the deep linking. So it all works nicely and the cookies are stored, correctly across all origins for the application. This will just take a little bit, and this will then prevent any unnecessary crashes, even though it may still keep crashing while you're developing it until it gracefully closes the OAuth protocols when you are using the external browser. But that's just something you have to deal with while you're debugging. But there you go. So now, let's take a look. This is all implemented. Now Despia is building it, so we'll be able to just, do some other tests here. But now Lovable also has this on the login page, right? We have this this text area with the copy thing, right? Perfect. It's already published. Great. So I want to try this. Okay. So what I need to do actually is I need to delete the application again and then install it again. It's a little bit of a process. You always have to do this while you're debugging, especially when you're working with OAuth and, those third-party browsers and protocols. They can be a little bit tricky to work with, but you only have to do it once. Once you got it working, it'll be working. And then you never have to deal with that again. So let me just open this now. It's downloading. There you go. And now we can open the application. Let's allow. There you go. So now let's get started. Now, as you can see, we're on this current URL. This will help us with debugging. Let's continue with Google. Now we're going into the in-app browser. Oh, there's some lag behind it. You're not going with me to the in-app browser, apparently. Maybe there's an internet issue. See how laggy that is? Let me get my cable and plug it in. Maybe that makes it faster. No, it's my internet. Okay, now it's kind of going. Okay, now it's going perfect.
And we still have issues with that. So let's just close the application and open it again.
Sometimes Google has issues, especially when the connection is slow, but it will work in in-app browsers. Safari View Controller is the preferred method from Google to do the authentication flow. So this should be fine. Let's get started. It's just my computer is so slow. My screen mirroring is terrible. Okay, there you go. Now we're kind of there. So let's get started with Google. Let's continue with passkey. Now you see we're being logged in. And now, as you can see, it just refreshed and it didn't set the cookie. You see how there was the URL and it refreshed, but it wasn't set. If I'm now going to go and continue with Google again, you will see that the application doesn't crash anymore. Why? Because of associated domains. This is why. So you see, I can do this again. Before I ran it, and the application always crashed. Now I can do this all day. And I gotta be quick because I gotta copy them. So let's be quick here. Okay, shit. I gotta be quick. I gotta copy the URL that's not working. Okay. Okay, let me try that again. Worse than Fruit Ninja. Okay, now it crashed because we did it like a million times. I mean, I guess this works. My phone is overheating if we're always trying to open the in-app browser, but I need to get the URL. Okay, I copied it. I managed to copy it. Okay, so let's say it works. It goes to, and now I'm going to paste this, but then I get a site refresh and it never, that's the issue, it never logs me in. There you go. Why is that happening? Maybe we're using the wrong kind of token. Maybe there's something going on. We'll look into that. So now while AI is looking into that, we're going to cut to the result of it. So now apparently Lovable solved the problem. So let's see if it's actually true. Let's go on publish. Let's update this and let's see if now the login with Google works correctly on iOS. And it's so simple on Google. It's just terrible to set up on iOS. But I think we're getting there. Every video I make about it, I'm getting better at it. And every video that's shorter. Let's see. There you go. We're done. Let's open the app. And pooh, I need to share my screen again. It seemed like the screen sharing paused. Stop that. I think my phone is getting too hot from doing all the screen sharing here. Maybe the screen sharing app is just getting all the stuff to crash. But there you go. Now I have the app open. Perfect. And now let's get started. Let's continue with Google. Now we're going to... my internet is acting up again, but I think we're good. Yes, and now we're logged in. Let's just have like a minute of celebration here. We're in. This is always the worst of every video. I completely despise the setup here. And now, even the paywalls are beautifully working. Oh, I know I have 2 paywalls. Look at that. Even the paywalls are working. We're logged in. We can spend money. Could you imagine anything better? And then I'm logged in with Login with Google. And now I can just casually subscribe to the annual plan. Just like this. Look at that. And now we're done. All set. Hands-free, I'm not manipulating this. It's now verifying the purchase. At least it should be. And it should say that, hey, congratulations, you're on the paid plan. Yes, it does. Look at that. Congratulations, you're on the paid plan. Took a little bit. But we are on the paid plan now. Look at this. Wonderful. Seems like our webhooks are a little bit slow today. But it could be, again, also my internet. I do apologize for that. So there you go. Works all great. We do have this all nicely set up now. So there you go. I just want to make sure, though, that the webhooks went through successfully. Let's check that. We can go to integrations on RevenueCat. And then if you go to your webhook here, you see your events. So it says no events available. But now there are events. Okay, I was like, what's going on here? No, perfect. So they went through and they are being all processed correctly. Fantastic. So now now we can actually set up login with Apple, because that's the last thing that's missing in our application. And then, of course, we got to improve the interface, do some, some styling improvements. I want to work a little bit better with the state, how we're managing the state and all that kind of stuff. But besides that, I think we're really good. So now I'm going to say implement login with Apple using Apple.js, please. Make sure to use Apple.js and a custom edge function for the setup, since, no, if there's no since, this is just our requirement. So now, because it's a little bit more vague, I'm just going into chat mode to have it implement a correct plan that actually gets us results for this. So now I'm just going to wait, and then it will generate a beautiful plan, and then we'll have the plan be built, and then we'll see where it's failing. If it is failing, we don't have to assume it's failing, maybe going through. But this is usually the prompt that you want to do for Apple.js. Lovable is really good actually now at doing this since Sonnet 4.5, so you don't have to put a bloated prompt in there anymore. I just made up a service ID. I may want to be concerned about that, but I guess this is the service ID that we'll be using. It just decided that for us. I mean, I could care less what the service ID is, so I'm just going with the flow here. Let's implement the plan. And now it's going to get this all set up. And there are some processes that we need to set up. So we need to now open Apple Developer. So let's go into Apple Developer. Let's go on account. And now we'll be logged into our account. Now we go to certificates, identifiers, and profiles. We're going to go to, where is it again? Identifiers. It's under identifiers. Yes. We're going to create a new identifier by clicking on the plus here. And then we go to service ID. It's the second one. We're going to go on continue now. Now the identifier will be the one that Lovable just demanded for us. So what is that again? This is going to be our core bundle ID.web. I don't know why I did that, but that's what it will be. There you go. This will be it. Just decided that for us. So now we're just going to go to certificates, identifiers, and profiles. We'll paste that in there. And the description will be kits, color, fun, Apple, auth. There you go. Let's go and continue and register. There you go. Now it's registered. That should be it. Now we need to make sure that we go to our core bundle ID. So kits, color, fun, and we make sure that app IDs are selected here. And then we go to the core bundle ID. And now we're going to look for login with Apple, and it needs to be set as the primary app ID. So we go all the way down here, and we will now find sign in with Apple. Make sure that this is enabled. You go on edit and make sure that it is enabled as primary app ID. There you go. Now we're going to save this, and we're going to save this again and confirm. Now we have this all nicely set up. So what we're going to do now is we need to create a key. So we have identifiers, devices, profiles, keys. Now we click on keys. Now we create a new key. This key will be called kits, color, fun, right? And then I will go in here, and this key will have sign in with Apple capabilities. I'm going to go on configure. I'm going to select the primary app ID. This will be kits, color, fun, right? I will save. And now this is linked with this one. Perfect. And I will call this Apple auth. So now we have this all nicely set up. So we have the service ID and the key. Now we need to also link the key with the other data. So let's continue with this first. Now that we have the key set up, let's register this. Perfect. So now there's already some stuff that we can provide it with. We got the key ID. So let's copy the key ID. Let's go into Lovable here. And now down here, it asks for the key ID. We'll put the key ID inside of here, right? Then it asks for the service ID. So we will get that soon, but now let's do the private key first. For the private key, I need to download this file. And now we can open this file for example, with Xcode or TextEdit or Notes or really wherever you want to open it with. I'm just going to copy the entire thing also with begin private key. Let's copy that. Now I go back into Lovable. I'm going to paste this inside of here. Perfect. Now let's get the service ID. Now we need to do one more setting actually. We go back to identifiers. We go to service IDs. We look for Kids Color Fun. And I'm going to enable sign in with Apple. I go on configure. And now I need to link it with my app ID. So let's go to Kids Color Fun, link the service ID with Kids Color Fun. Now we need to register the domains on which it will be running on. So in this example, add your custom domain, add your Lovable domain, add your preview domain in there, all of them. So in this example, let's just copy this one here. And we're just going to copy this domain here, right? This one. Let's go back to Apple and paste this inside of here. Perfect. Now, I don't know the return URL yet, so I'm just going to do https://example.com because I don't know it yet, right? Let's go on next, let's go on done, let's go on continue and on save, and now we have everything set up with Apple. So now we go back to Lovable, and now we need the service ID, so we can actually already go back into the service ID here for Kids Color Fun and just copy it while we're already here, and we're going to paste this into Lovable. And then we can submit it so it can now create the edge function, which will be very likely the, if we're doing form post method, which will very likely be already the redirect URL, because we would probably redirect to a Subase edge function that then does a redirect, issues a token similar to how it works with login with Google. But we'll let Lovable decide that. It's editing it. It can take a little bit, so we'll take a look at it once it's done. So now, Lovable has implemented it successfully, so let's publish it and let's test it. And we're going to publish this. Now, it's going to tell us invalid redirect for obvious reasons, because we don't know what the redirect is. So let's ask it, what is the Apple redirect URL? It will probably be a server function. And also, it seems like there is an error, and the build was unsuccessful. We probably also should look into that, but it seems like it already auto-fixed it and resolved it here. But we'll see what's going on. Because when I click on here, I can't fix it. But let's see. Okay. It is /auth. The Apple redirect URI is set to, okay. So let's first try to auto-fix this. And then we're going to make it go to a Subase URL. Because what it doesn't understand is that Lovable can't receive post requests on a server. So we have to receive the post request and then do a redirect. So these aren't errors. It's just downloading and caching dependencies. Okay, I think that's good. So now we're telling, make sure that the Apple.js redirect is a Subase post edge function. That's very important. That gets the ID token from the body and then issues the session token and redirects to our auth page with the access underscore token and logs the user in. That's how those OAuth handshakes usually work. So let's send this. So the idea is, because it always wants to now set it up to redirect to our page that is built in Lovable, but it won't work because Apple is adding the ID token for the authentication session inside of the body, and websites cannot receive body requests. So it has to go to an API that is like a middle layer. So we built an edge function that can receive it. It will then do a post request to there with Apple's form data set up. It will get the ID token from the body, then run its magic, and then redirect to then go to the appropriate page. So this will set this up. Now it's saying I'll update the Apple sign-in flow to use redirect mode, where Apple posts directly to an edge function, which then redirects back to the auth page with session tokens. and this will be the implementation that will lead it to success. And then we can get rid of all of our other helper functions. And as you can see, it's now deploying the Edge function Apple sign-in, as you can see. And then inside of Apple, we will go on, the service ID, the com.despia.kidscolorfun.web. We go on configure, and we're going to add in here the return URL for our Edge function that was just created. So let's see. Now there is a build failure here. Let's look into that. I don't think it's a failure. It's just Dino doing Dino stuff. Yeah, let's see. What is the redirect URL now? Let's see. I'll take a little bit. It's thinking hard, giving its best. There you go. So this will be the Edge function that Apple will post to. So we'll put this here as a return URL. We'll go on next, we'll go on done, we'll go on continue, and we'll go on save. And now I'm logged out. So I gotta log in again, 1 second. Okay, now I'm in. Okay, I can live with that. Let's go back to service IDs. Okay, let's go here to Kids Color Fun. Let's go and configure. Let's make sure that we add this return URL inside of here. We'll go on next, done, continue, save, and now this is registered with Apple. So now login with Apple should work. Let's go on publish. Let's update this, and I think this will be working now. Let's see. And the best way to test this is actually the web browser, believe it or not, and especially Chrome. You want to test this on Chrome. So let's open this here. And I need to log out of my existing account, and we need to enhance the React router. It's terrible. Let's log out. Okay, let's continue with Apple. And now we're going to be able to log in. This is perfect. So this is a good sign. Now let's actually try this on Safari Web. I'm just going to put that inside of here, and let's see if the login flow works. Continue with Apple. Now it should open the native Apple modal. Perfect. Let's see. Now we are going to Supabase, and now it gets failed to generate session tokens. It's completely fine. So now we're going to go into Lovable chat mode. Let's say now Apple redirects to Supabase, but I see, and then I'm just going to paste this inside of here in chat mode. So it can now take a look at what's going on in our backend. It can read the data, it can read the logs, it can take a look at the history, and then resolve this issue for us. And then we should be all done. It's very convenient developing like this. I'm used to, typing and dragging and doing all that kind of stuff. Now it's just you have a robot do it for you. How incredible is that? So we'll just let the robot do its robot things now. And this will think a little bit because it is looking at the databases and all the logs. And there you go. Looking at the Edge function, I can see the exact issue. Sign-in generated, failed to generate session tokens. The problem is on line 104 of the Edge function. Let me examine the code logic. Okay, we'll take a look. What is happening with this? Issue identified. The problem is on lines 114 to 129 of the Edge function. The code is trying to extract access token and refresh token from the query parameter of a magic link, but magic links don't work that way. When you call Supabase auth admin generate link, it returns an action link like Supabase. This link doesn't contain actual session tokens. In the URL, it's meant to be clicked by user, root cause. So the solution, we need to use a different approach. The generate link contains a hash property, or we need to use a different Supabase admin method to directly create a session. Okay, so let's implement this. This is now going to, go into the backend, restructure some of the backend ones because it just used a magic link method to generate a session token, which doesn't really work because it has to be clicked, right, on an email. So we'll let it do its job, and then we'll check back with it and see what the heck it actually implemented. So now Lovable is done with it, so let's take a look at this. Let's publish this, and let's see what's going on here. So it'll take a little bit, and then we're going to open this, and we're going to try doing the login with Apple. So it seems like it's already doing well. So let's copy this here. Let's go into Safari. We'll paste this in Safari in here. We'll get started. We'll continue with Apple. We're now going to continue with Apple. See that we should now be redirected. Okay, validation failed. This is what we're getting. Okay, so now let's go back to Lovable. Let's say I get, and it never focuses on the text field. I get this. Let's say we need to create, we need to finish the Apple Auth session via Supabase and then issue a session token. This is what we need to do. It's thinking too much and too complicated. It tries to do some magic link stuff, but it's not an email, right? See, it's using the wrong method. It's trying to combine login with Apple with continue with email, and that's not going to be working that well because it's not an email, right? So looking at the error and the edge function logs, I can see the issue clearly. The Supabase auth /v1 /verify endpoint is rejecting our request because we're sending a token parameter, but the endpoint expects only, of course, the problem is that when we're trying to use the magic flow, there you go. Let me check the current edge function implementation and the Supabase auth methods available. So it's now going to look at all that stuff and set all of that stuff up. So now, as you can see, it's, researching Subase's documentation. What it should do is it has the ability to just generate an authentication token. It shouldn't cause any issues. If it causes issues, we can do a redirect and then do a kind of like a different situation, but this should be working fine. Let me check the Supabase documentation for Apple Authentication and look for server-side session creation patterns, okay? We'll look into that. I've done it many times, so it shouldn't be having an issue, but maybe they changed something on how they're training. Based on my research, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I only care about the solution. Approach use one-time password flow. Since we're already verified the user's identity with Apple's ID token, we can generate a one-time password OTP using generate link. With type magic link, extract the OTP token from the generated link. Use a client-side Supabase method, verify OTP to exchange it for session tokens. This will exchange. This will give us proper access token and refresh token. Approach alternative direct token generation by raw HTTP. You can make a direct HTTP call to Subase's token endpoint with the proper grant type, generate a temporary passport for the user endpoint. Oh, that sounds too unsecure. Implementation plan, fix. Method A, use verify OTP. I think the verify OTP can be a good one. Let's say, what if the edge function only extracts the ID token and then just redirects to a URL of our app /auth and adds the Apple ID token to the URL to set this up client side. Will that make it easier? Maybe it makes it easier. I don't know. Will that make it easier? Let's see. It could also not. So we'll wait what Lovable will tell us about that. Let's see. And it's again thinking a little bit, but this is one of the last things. Then we just need to get rid of this box, and I think we're good to go. We got a beautiful continue with email with great animations. And then the last thing, yes, that's a much simpler and cleaner approach. Yes. So you just use the edge function as a proxy, as a middle layer to get the ID token and then append it to the login page as a parameter, because Apple is not doing that. So you just use it as a bridge, kind of like. This is good, so let's implement this plan. Now, this involves a little bit of API changes and logic changes, so we'll be back when it was implemented successfully, and hopefully it works this time. Login with Apple was just successfully implemented, so let's see if it's actually working. So I already updated it, so let's try this out. Let's try, opening this link here, and let's just try opening this in the Safari browser. Let's try opening this. I think it's still going to have some issues with this. So let's get started here. Login with Apple. Okay. And now we're going to try logging in. And now, as you can see, we are going to an invalid page because we're going back to Apple. This shouldn't happen. So let's say works kinda. But why is it redirecting to and not our app, which is hosted on, and then you would put your custom domain in here if you have a custom domain, but I don't have a custom domain yet. So I'm just going to paste this inside of here, which is hosted on kidscolorfun.lovable.app. It's trying to open the access token in Apple on Apple's landing page, and that's going to break it, obviously, right? So, while this seems to be working, it shouldn't open it on Apple's landing page. So I think this is probably now the last thing that we need to fix. Besides that, it looks kind of good. I'll fix the redirect URL issue. Apple is posting from their domain, so it's the original header instead of your app. Fixed now, it redirects to your app URL instead of Apple's domain. Perfect. Let's update that. Let's publish anyway, and we'll take a look if this fixed the situation. Let's paste the link in here, and then we'll wait till this is all published, and then we'll reload. Hey, now it's updated, so let's reload. There you go. Let's get started. Continue with Apple. Perfect. Let's log in. And failed to sign in with Apple. So we are getting back to our application. We're getting issues on there, but this should be good. So now let's go in here. Let's say we are getting redirected back into our app, but I get those errors on the /auth page, right? There you go. And now I'm just going to send that. The issue is that Lovable Cloud doesn't support login with Apple. At least not for you. It can set it up, but you need to be very careful into getting the AI to enable it. You need to kind of like persuade it to add it in there. The Apple provider needs to be enabled in your Lovable authentication settings. You need to configure Apple sign-in with your Apple service ID. So the problem is we can't do this. Let's say we cannot do this. We need a custom edge function calling Apple's API, etc., to issue the token /validate it and log in the user and create a Supabase session to log in the user in our app. So sadly, Lovable Cloud, because this is how I'm using Supabase, does not actually let you set up login with Apple you need to go with a workaround in creating a custom edge function with that, which it's possible you can do that. That's what we have to do for this to work. So we'll just have Lovable make like a little workaround for us for implementing this. So we'll see. And then we're good to go. Then we just need to tune it up. I'll update the edge function to handle the complete Apple sign-in flow server side, creating the Subase session and returning session tokens. That works. That works. I can live with that. And now it's updating the index.ts, the TypeScript file for the edge function. And then I think we should be good with everything here. So it's not thinking. Okay, now I'll update the client side to remove the Apple ID token handling since we're using session tokens instead. This looks good to me. So this will rebuild a little bit of how this works client side, meaning on the front end, on the interface. So I updated the edge functions. Now it's done. Let's publish and update this. And then this should, emphasis on should, work. Okay, let's already copy this. Let's go back to Safari. Let's try, I already have the Apple token in here. Why don't we just try reloading this page? Maybe not a good idea to reload it. Okay, let's open inspect elements here and let's go to the console, right? Okay, let's get started. Continue with Apple. No errors yet. That's good. Let's go and put in the password here. Now it goes here, but it doesn't log in the user. So, not an error, but let's say now it goes to, but nothing happens. I just stay at the login screen. Okay, I think we're close, very close to having this work because we are already getting to the login screen without an error, which is a whole achievement in itself. No error is a success, so I see the issue. The edge function changes haven't deployed yet. Let me deploy it now. So now it actually deployed the edge function update. It forgot how to deploy an edge function update. So now let's try this again. And it seems that we should be able to try this now. So let's post this inside of here. Let's try continue with Apple. Let's continue with this. And let's see. Now, no hash in token link. So I'm just going to paste this inside of here. I'm just going to provide feedback for it. So this is the error that we're getting. No token hash in generated link. So it needs to set that up. Because we have to kind of like work around Lovable Cloud to get this to work. So it's a little bit of a workaround. You got to play a little bit with it. You can get it working. It's just the results may be a little bit inconsistent and it may take a little bit to get it working if you're using Lovable Cloud. But now it's deploying the change. We're going to get this done in like the next 10 minutes. Should be simple. Response has a hash token. Let's update this. Okay. And we're just going to try this again. Actually, while I'm on it, let me go back to light mode. I like light mode. Problem is, it's just very dark, and like we've been doing this the whole day. So let's go one step back. Let's paste that in here. No. You gotta copy this again. Copy that. Let's go in here, paste, and let's try logging in. Let's get started. Continue with Apple. Continue with password. See? We're in! Yes! Yes! We're in! Great. This is great. Okay, that's fantastic. So now I can say, get rid of this debugging thing. So let's say get rid of the current URL copy box thing we used for debugging. Okay, we can get rid of that. And now we want to implement some improvements for our homepage and for how that all works. So the homepage, the problem with the state on the homepage, now let's first log in here. So let's do hey@despia.com. Let's do hello, 1, 2, 3. Right? The problem is I don't want to show this premium subscription. So let's do the final changes. Do the final changes on the user pages. Do not show the sub on the home page, but show a small banner saying you are a premium user, right? So to make it more subtle, I don't want to show the whole subscription status. Then this looks fine. Let's say make sure all state for all images for all generations is set in a var. So when I go to gallery, for example, I see the last loaded items ASAP, and then it calls the API again, and updates the list. So there is instant content with state as a storage. This is going to improve the state creation. Then we're going to say, do this for top 5 / your creations. Then I'm also going to say, remove all emojis from the top 5 because I don't like emojis. And then we're going to say, add a real social feed to the top 5 with real posts that can be discovered, plus a fuzzy search bar to find creations, to find posts that can be discovered, to find creations. Perfect. That's the next one. Then the final one is make the delete account work 100% plus backend setup. There you go. And then we are going to say remove the subscribe now content flashing on the profile / home page. When you open those pages, you see a flashing of subscribe now, and then you are
already subscribed. This is ugly. Make the state global so they can load the data on app load / refresh this data globally and all share the state and globally and all share the state. So there's not this, like, you see, like, this ugly content flashing here. I don't like that for a second, and then it goes back. This is unprofessional, right? Perfect. And then I think this is it. We have plans, we have that. Then let's make sure important the voice to generation does not work. The voice to text seems to be broken or not configured, which is true. And then also the image to color book page is also broken as I upload the images and the generations do not look like it at all, nor are even remotely related to it. There you go. And that is what I call a master prompt. And we'll be firing this off right now. And this will take a bunch of time to get implemented, but we'll just wait till it's done. So now Lovable is done with it. I like the new state approach where, if I go back to this page, it's still in here, so there's no content flashing. But the gallery seems to have some issues. If I open the gallery here, and then I go back out of the gallery and open it again, it is there, but I still want skeleton loaders while it's loading. So let's say for the items that are loading the first time, add skeleton loaders and only show no ones available if the API returns no items. It's going to make it more, better appealing for the interface, because right now we have the trouble where it says no items. The user exits the page and they're like, yeah, no items, something's wrong with their app. No, there are items, so we need to add skeleton loaders to make the user experience for the user like, oh yeah, I gotta wait one more second, something is loading, right? User experience is very important when you're building applications, especially if you're planning to make money from them and commercialize them, and especially if you're targeting the Apple ecosystem, because people are spoiled. They're spoiled with good applications. Apple does amazing applications. All the other developers do amazing applications as well for Apple. So you want to also have a great interface, a great experience, a great feeling to this. So, you want to follow some of the development best practices. So now we have beautiful skeleton loaders. Look at that. How stunning is that? I really like it. Look at this. No generations available yet. Needs to add a skeleton loader in here. I hope it's editing that one. But we'll see. It's still working on it. So we should be good. Now, in the meantime, I don't think we need one signal for this at all. But you may still want to bundle in one signal if you ever need it later on. You can already add one signal push notification support for, existing users without requiring them to download a new version of your app. So just for the sake of having it, let's integrate one signal while this is loading here. So we go into one signal, we create an account, we create a new app. We're going to select our app name. It's going to be Kids Color Fun. There you go. And then we're going to do organization name, Despia. I'm going to do Apple iOS.
configure your platform. Very simple. Now I need my P8 file and all that data. I'm getting that from the Apple developer. So let's go on account. And then I'm going to go on certificates, identifiers, and profiles on Apple developer. And then I'm going to go on identifiers. There you go. Now I'm going to go on keys actually here. It's on keys, not identifiers. And I'm going to create the key. So I do kids, color, fun. And then I'm going to select Apple push notification service, enable, configure. We'll do production, topic specific. We're going to add a topic, and then we're going to look for kids, color, fun. And I'll take the core bundle ID, this one here. Let's go on done. Let's save. Let's continue. Let's register. Now I can copy the key ID, as you can see here. Let's go back to one signal, paste the key ID in here. Let's get the team ID. Team ID is in the top right corner up here. Let's copy that, put the team ID inside of here, the bundle ID. We go to Despia. We're going to go on publish app, and we have the bundle ID all the way up here. Let's ignore that one. Let's copy the bundle ID here, just like this. Then we're going to paste the bundle ID inside of here. And then we need the P8 key. Let's select the file, go back here to Apple, and download this file. And then you go back to one signal and just upload the file that you downloaded from Apple inside of here. And then you're good to go. Perfect. And then we'll save and continue. And then we're going to select native iOS. We're going to go on save and continue on native iOS. Now we get the app ID, right? We're going to copy this app ID. Then we go to Despia. And then in Despia, under settings configuration, we scroll a little bit down and look for one signal. Should be somewhere in there. There you go. There it is. And then we'll paste this under iOS application ID. And then we rebuild our application. This will now be the final version. This will probably be the version that you want to ship to the App Store when it was built successfully once it's done. Because now, even though we're not using one signal yet, it still registers it. So you can always just, set up a switch and you have it linked for existing devices if you ever choose to send them for marketing campaigns or whatever, right? So we have it on. You can send them a Black Friday push notification now saying, mega super blast out deal, last minute, get 10% off, some stuff like this. You can do this now because it's registering this. Now, I don't see the need and push notifications for this app because if you send to the audience that we're targeting, push notifications is a downside because if you send them multiple ones, they're going to uninstall your application. But if you're selling to Gen Z or you're doing a short drama app where you always have to send them every 30 minutes a push notification, get your check-in bonus, watch 15 ads, and, then you can implement that. But, we do have videos on how to do that in detail. I don't think it's needed for this app. I think it's actually going to be a downside for this application. So we're just going to leave it as is. But I just wanted to talk about that. They're not always needed, but you still want to register them. Takes 5 minutes, as you saw. Now I, got some time for Lovable to implement this. So let's go to the gallery. We have a beautiful skeleton loader. Take a look at this. You see it's loading. Something is going on here. And now it loads the data because it takes a little bit to get it from the backend. Now this page seems to have an error. So let's try to fix this with AI. There seems to be a file issue in loading certain files. That's why the page is crashing. Could be a React router issue, could be something else. So we're just going to fix this. Let's just go through all the stuff that seems to be failing, and then we'll just fix it. And then I'm going to try it on my live phone, and hopefully we're going to have it done so I can clock out for the day. Even though I did really enjoy doing this together with you, I am pretty tired though, because I've been doing this the whole day. So let's see if this works. We got the 1, 2, 3, we got the upvoting. Very cool. Yeah. Kind of repeating the data here. Not going to But that's fine. It's the upvote. So let's look for flower. I don't think the fuzzy search should go through the backend, by the way. So let's say the top 5, the fuzzy search does not work, and it should be implemented through the backend. This on the front end is silly because then you have to load all the images on the DOM to sort them, which is not going to be too efficient as your application grows, right? And we may, I mean, I'm not going to add virtual scrolling to this, but you want to have virtual scrolling and pagination to this. Actually, now that I mention it, I have to implement it. So let's say on top 5, add virtual scrolling. So we are very mindful of the DOM and do auto infinite scroll via API pagination. Okay, auto infinite scroll, virtual scrolling. That means that we're not loading so many elements on the screen because they can cause some performance bottlenecks if you have like a million items on there, right? So you don't want to show a million, like TikTok is not loading a million videos on your phone. They're loading like one above, one current, and one below, and then it's like a bridge that builds itself as you're walking on it, but you're also deconstructing the piece behind you to build a new piece over you to walk on that bridge. That's kind of like the best way I can explain this, because I don't fully understand it myself, I do have to say. It's an art of its own, and it's better implemented by AI where you don't have to think about how to build it. But there you go. Now it's doing this on the back end, so we should be able to look for all. Loading through the backend. The fuzzy search does not work at all. Let's copy this here. I want virtual scrolling, but let's say fuzzy search does not work. I see no search results. Does not. It should also be like a little like a little Google/explore page behind of Bing. There you go. And then I'm going to put the old prompt in there and we'll get this all sorted out here. So we'll just wait till this is done. Thinking about it is thinking hard about the application. And then we have the premium subscription, new email, privacy policy. We should generate one. Log out, delete your account. That looks nice. I want safe area down here though. So there are some small touch-ups that need to be done for them to work correctly. I see it's working, but there's because due to course conflict issue. Oh, okay, there you go. So it's going to improve that. Got the Monopoly man counting money. And then the most important thing is, we are actually already printing it, but I do want to use the native print SDK that Despia supports, obviously. So we are going to then have that implemented. Okay, show upvotes. Okay, that's nice. Let's do searching. Oh, this is nice, but let's see, does this work better on the live app, or is this also very bad on the real one? Because every time I type, it focuses out, which shouldn't happen at all. But we'll know in a second if it does. So let's just go on inspect elements here. Yeah, let's go into the device mode. Let's go on top 5. You got the skeleton loader. That looks kind of nice. I like that. Does take really long to load though. I gotta say, those APIs are very, very slow.
Yeah, so like the moment I type, it focuses out of the element and loads. It should only load on enter. So let's copy this here. Let's say when I type something into the search, it focuses out and it starts searching while I type that UX. Let's send that. It shouldn't focus out because I can't finish my word if it focuses out. I always have to click in for every character, which this is just going to annoy your users, and then they're going to unsubscribe and delete your application. And we don't want that to happen. We want your users to stay. But I also, the fuzzy search doesn't seem to be good at all. Like, I mean, there's not even a K in this one here, so not the best. We gotta improve this and make sure that the fuzzy search actually works. It could be also that it's a little bit too fuzzy. So let's see. OAUTH. There you go. I can live with that. Yeah, happy OAUTH. This is good. This is good. Yeah, works for me. This is good. Okay, now let's add virtual scrolling to this. So we're not overloading the DOM and, I mean, this won't overload the DOM, but having millions of items on there, we want to be more efficient. We want to be more mindful to how we're rendering, displaying stuff, especially if there is a lot of stuff, right? So we need to make it a little bit more efficient should we scale and should we get thousands and thousands of users. So we want to be a little bit more mindful of that from the get-go. And then this seems to be all great. So far, we got everything nicely working. So I can already start sharing my screen and hopefully log in with Google Works. Fingers crossed. And hopefully also log in with Apple Works flawlessly. So I already got my iPhone ready. We'll wait for the final improvements, the final features. We'll double check if in-app purchases work and all that kind of stuff. And then I think we're good. And yeah, then we have built a beautiful application in just a couple of hours. Imagine that. You can now, and we did this together in this video. We started with nothing on the beginning with a blank project. Now we have an app. It's on the App Store. It works. We are implementing features to make it more scalable already. We got native features that are pending because we still need to add the native print SDK, right? But this is amazing. The stuff that you can do is truly amazing. So now let's go back into lovable.despia.com because now comes the final prompt. That is the newest feature that we just added, actually, just for this video, the print document SDK. So let me copy this Lovable prompt here because we can natively print the SDK if the user agent includes Despia. So let's go to Lovable. Let's say if the user agent includes, ignore that error, it can come while it's editing sometimes. If the user agent includes Despia, use the native print SDK. And now I'm going to paste the native print SDK in there. And before I'm going to send this, because I'm now a little bit concerned, I'm copying this and I'm reloading this, and I see if the error thing disappears. We'll see. Let's reload. Yeah, sometimes Lovable shows the error thing without any cause, without any reason. And you just want to make sure that you don't fall into the trap in having to have it fix it, because it might not need any fixing. It's just something that sometimes happens. Also, our APIs are very slow. I wonder if there are any ways how we can improve that, because it's very slow in loading all of that stuff. But we'll do that probably in another video, because I do think it's probably just how Lovable Cloud sets up Subase, because maybe on which region we're in or, something like this. But we are using edge functions. They should work on the edge, and they should be pretty snappy. But let's just make the native print SDK because that's the entire core functionality of our application. So we should also have that implemented correctly and nicely. So let's wait for Lovable to implement that, which will probably take a couple of minutes. So we'll make a cut and we'll be back
when it has implemented it. As you can see, it's now starting the work. So now Lovable is done. So let's publish this here. Let's update this. And now we're going to test our application once it is fully updated. So let me already get my phone ready here. And now we're going to take a look at that together. So let's open the application. There you go. Let's get started. Let's continue with Google. I want to see if that works. And, ooh, no thanks. But it could also be, again, in test flight, sometimes there's some issues with your phone. It will crash sometimes, even if you do simple navigations or something. So I would not... We need to make sure we still have associated domains added, that Lovable didn't remove them. That could be one of the reasons why. But, you know, shouldn't be that big of a problem. So let's go and continue with Google. If it crashes again, it could actually be the alert because it stops JavaScript from executing. Yeah, actually, that makes sense because we're in the 5-second window. Because now it works. Yeah, it could be actually because Despia shows the alert. You don't have the license. And when you show the alert, JavaScript stops executing. And if JavaScript stops executing and you're trying to do a redirect in the entire application, I would assume it's crashing. So actually, I think that's the problem. I need to upgrade on my own product. So if the app crashes, it's because you got the watermark. I didn't think too good about having this as an alert. Maybe we should find a better way to show that to you, that you should upgrade. Maybe like a little sliding modal or a drawer coming from the bottom. But let's see. We have the application. This works nice. We got this all nicely set up. Very cool. I can make a photo. Happy owl. Right, let's make it public. Let's generate a happy owl. And we do have premium access, so that's pretty neat. Now it's generating this, so it does work, and we have unlimited generations. That's also nice. And now, as you can see, it was generated. And we do have a happy owl. And now if I click on here, you see how it opens the native print, and I can print the page. How cool is that? So if I click on this here, it opens the native owl. Look at that. I can even open the owl like this, and then I can also share it. How cool is that? Got the happy owl. Just like this, I can print multiple ones of it. Select my printer. How cool is that? You got the native print dialog for that. Then you can go to the gallery, and then we have our skeleton loaders. We can upvote the happy owl. Here you go. We got one upvote. We should probably do optimistic updating. But actually, that's a good one. I should make a separate video about optimistic updating and use this as an example for it. And then I can print it. Got the happy owl here, printing it out. Look at that. We got the native print kit with AirPrint support. Very cool. We can print the flower. Just like this. How cool. Now we got the top 5. With the top 5 ones, we got the loader, right? There you go. Then we do have the search option here. Oh, I got some a little bit funky here. Look at that, a little bit funky. Z-index issues. But then I can look for owl. And now I'm searching for the owls. Look at this. Results for owl. So now I can print my owl. A happy owl. Look how happy that owl looks. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, now I can clear this as well. And then I got my top 5. So we would just need to fix some of the UI, some of the minor UI. But this all seems to be working great. Now, delete account also works. Well, you need to have some safe area to that. But that's fine. We can now log out here. Let's continue with Apple. Let's see if continue with Apple works. Ooh, let's sign in with that. Let's sign in with Face ID. Yeah, we're in. There you go. Perfect. we're in. This works. Great. So let's go in here. Let's log out again. Let's continue with email. Let's do
new@despia.com. Password hello 123 $$. And let's try logging in. I do want to get rid of all the toast alerts. I do not like them at all. But now when I do all and I generate, what happens when I generate without having paid? I should not be able to generate because I'm not on the paid plan. But it seems like it goes through. So everything works. Login with Google works. Login with Apple works. Everything works great. Problem is we need to do a couple of things. Only users with Pro access should be able to generate. If non-pro users try to generate, have it fail and open the RevenueCat paywall. Okay, then also we're going to add remove all posts. I hate them. And then this was good. Add bottom safe area using the Despia safe area variables to the delete sheet. And then see, this looks good. Yeah, that should be it. Those are the final touches. Now I do want to make sure that the paywalls actually work. So let's go on view plans here. We got our nice paywall. Let's do the monthly plan. Let's continue with that. So let's do the native in-app purchase. Let's subscribe. And now I should be able to have the paywall close and we should have the status updated. So let's see, does it update in the application? It still says upgrade to premium. Is the polling working? Or is the backend working? Still not saying that we are on the plan. But when I go to home and I go back to profile, because it actually doesn't update the state. So remember how we said use global state? It did interpret this as don't even bother about looking for updating the UI. Because now if I'm going to close the application, very likely, and open it again, so it's here now, right? If I'm going to open it again, it's still not upgraded, actually. So it doesn't even work with the WebSockets, which is concerning. So it removed that functionality. Let's move it over here on its own separate section. So we need to fix, because remember, it used to work, now it's not working anymore. So, well, we do have all the other stuff set up that's neat and nice, but now let's say it seems like the RC webhooks are failing. So now we need to know why they are failing. So let's look into RevenueCat, because that's the best way to understand what's going on. So now I'm at RevenueCat. Let's log into our account, and then we'll take a look at the webhook integration. So let's open our project, Kids Color Fun. We're going to go to integrations. Let's go to webhook integrations, Lovable. And now let's refresh the events. The events are going through successfully, but the access doesn't seem to be granted. So let's look into this. It seems like the RevenueCat webhooks are failing. While they are sent successfully, I do not see them granting access in the app, even if I reload the app. Also, when the native app calls the RC function, it does not seem to do the polling successfully. Now, successfully, because I think it does have AI dimension. It forgot what this whole thing is about. We need to go back to lovable.despia.com, go to the RevenueCat paywalls, and just add this as a reference here, this prompt, once again, so it really understands what we are talking about. Let's paste this. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into settings in this project in custom knowledge, and I'm going to do set up RC, set up RevenueCat paywalls following these steps. Never change them or how it's done. This is very important. What the heck? Where did it go? Okay, it seems to be. What? Just deleted. Okay. Implement RevenueCat like this. Never change how it's done. Okay. And now let's paste. There you go. Perfect. Let's save this, and then we just paste this as a reference. And just paste it the safe area stuff. I don't want that. Well, am I going insane, or is it just too late? Like page structure, you see, like I did paste it in here, right? Like implement RevenueCat only like this. Okay. See how it gets rid of this? It doesn't save it. When I click outside, it gets rid of what I just typed in. Okay. Huh. Let's try reloading Lovable. Let's copy this again here. Let's go back into it, and let's see if we can now add some custom knowledge to it. Let's go on settings, knowledge. Let's see. New line. Implement RevenueCat like this. Okay, before I get rid of everything, let's copy this again. Okay. Let's save. Now it went through. Okay, perfect. So I just added this to custom knowledge to make sure it goes through better. When you make the purchase, improved subscription checking with maybe single to avoid errors. Okay. Maybe app user ID nullable to handle events like transfer. Okay. Fix the webhooks and polling issues. This looks good. Let's publish. Let's update. Let's see what's going on here. So let's try this out here. I will need to close my app for that. And then we're going to open it again. And that's like the only thing that's kind of like funky right now. So let's make sure. I want to give it a safe try here. Let's see. Now we have the app. We need to upgrade. So let's do happy all. Now, as you can see, the paywall comes up because I haven't subscribed yet. I like that. Let's continue. Let's do the annual plan. Let's subscribe. Please verify this. Okay, this looks good. Paywall should collapse. Okay, now it should, as you can see, premium active. So the polling works, the access is being granted, the application works. We can log out of the application. We can continue with Google. We're logged in. OAUTH is working. Login with Apple is working, right? We can log out of here. We can do in-app purchases. Obviously, we got the paywall, so we can log out of the application. We can continue with email, right? We got nice page animations. We can continue with Apple. We have native login with Apple, all that kind of stuff. Boom, that's it. We built a real native iOS application that is available for distribution on the store. And now, if you really love the idea, you want to get it on the store, it hasn't been ever easier. You go on the App Store Connect, you go on apps, you open your app here. So simple. Now you look at test flight, you see in test flight you have your builds. Let's say 3 is the build we want to go with, right? You go to the distribution tab. Now you get yourself some Canva and you make some screenshots. It's very simple. You're just designing them. Then you get some ChatGPT and write like a cool promotion about your product. You get ChatGPT to write a description, add some keywords in there, build a website where you do a live chat support, whatever. Put your website URL in here, write your copyright version, just keep it as is. And then on build, here's the technical part. You add a build. You click on the button, add build. You select the latest one. This will be 3 in this example. You go on done. That's it. Then you give Apple logging access to your application, fill in your information, and then you will click on this button here, add for review. Your application will be for review. If Apple has any questions about what the heck you're doing, they will reach out to you. They're very friendly, nice people. They want to help you get your application on the store so they can take 15% of all your revenue. So they'll gladly help you to get your application on the store. There is a chance that your concept is too generic, or it's against the store policies, you're giving health advice or whatever, or you don't have the proper disclaimers, your privacy policies are weak, all that kind of stuff. And then usually those things are easily resolvable and Apple will help you resolve them. They will give you key feedback. They will coach you towards success. Their team is absolutely fantastic. So they're here by your side. They'll help you get on there. But if you still need some help talking to Apple, or you're unsure about that, or you're unsure about the next step, please go to Despia, go on Publish app. You will find this button, get free expert help, and we're happy to help you answer any of your questions, prepare the next response you send to Apple or whatever it is you want to do. And then you can have beautiful applications like this on the App Store with beautiful paywalls and get started on the App Store in just a couple of hours with true native functionality, just like this. Thank you so much for watching and see you in the next video. And if you like this video and you like this concept and you want me to build more applications and actually get them deployed on a real phone and get them into the App Store Connect, into the Google Play console like we're doing here. We're not doing this on Expo Go or some crap like that. We're getting it on the real store. We're not distributing it because I don't want to have some random spam on my profile on my storefront, but we're getting until the storefront, and then, if it would be a valid idea, I'd publish it. But I don't know. I don't want to have this associated with my profile. I'm sorry. But there you go. You can build those applications. We're getting it actually into the store, not just on some fictitious web view app that just renders your React code, right? It's actually, we're talking the store, we're talking test flight, we're talking public testing, all that kind of stuff. You have it all in one box. If you want more videos like this, let me know in the comments and let me know what kind of apps you want to see me build live in front of camera, unedited, uncensored, and we'll set them all up together and we'll get them into the store. Maybe not published if the ideas are not that good, but there you go. I'll definitely show you though how to build it. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the time that you spent together with me in building this application. Really means the world to me, and I wish you a blessed rest of your day or night or morning whenever you're watching this, and see you soon. Take care. Bye.